Howdy, everybody. Hope everyone is doing well. I'm still setting up in the background here, so just give me a second. Hello, Thunder Biome. Hello, Sort of a Demon. Claiming first in both chats. What a chat. An exemplar employee of the Oni Dojo. Hey there, Project. All right, I may as well pop out. Hey, how's everybody doing? Sorry I'm late. I had work shit to catch up to, and I'll still be doing work stuff after I'm done. Fun, fun, fun. But in the meantime, you're tired? Tired doing what? I don't believe we're allowed to be tired anymore, not in this economy. Oh boy. Okay. What is the topic of the video? Topics in video? I don't know. I mean, well, New York just shit its pants, and I don't really want to spend much time on it. There has been layered drama that I've been absent for. Well, by absent, I mean it happened on the day I had to travel for work. Moving shit all over the place. Oh, yeah. That'll get you all tuckered out. I understand that. As someone who's had to move an apartment on his own back recently, I am right there with you. So let me post my go live real quick. And we can get back to the slop reacts. Hopefully I can squeeze out a little bit of gaming today because I would like to decompress and not just see over the news. Hey there, Megalum. For one, you welcome the New Yorkistan Caliphate? No. I think that we should exercise some state building over there. What game am I playing? I want to play the Heroes of Might and Magic 7. I think 7 is the current one, the most recent one, demo that I found on Steam. They understood the assignment. It hits me right in the Eastern European childhood. Like it scratches that itch very well. Whoever is the developer really understood the assignment. It's interesting that the Tencent only sanctioned a good Heroes of Might and Magic game to be released by Ubisoft only after they took the company deeply, deeply into the red with all of the Globo Homo shit they were posting nonstop. Definitely not a planned pretense for a hostile takeover in order to fuck over all of the pre-existing shareholders, leave them holding the bag while moving all of the actually profitable properties into the Tencent Ubisoft subsidiary. Did you say that you heard there's oil in the ground? Listen, I'm willing to tell them that there are WMDs. What are we talking about? We're talking about how the new Heroes game looks very cool, and I've been very much enjoying the demo. And once we're done with reacting to slop today and seething at the news, I'm probably going to be playing that. Just a second. Let me post my go live, and then we'll get to the slop. Been enjoying Armor King and the Minecraft mod pack. I am waiting for... There's like one mod, maybe two mods that still need to be fixed for me to play Tekken 8, because I don't want to play whack-a-mole with my mods. I just want to replace everything that was broken and enjoy my game. I am very annoyed at the fact that they keep breaking the mods on every major update. And sorry, it's just not a good enough Tekken game for me to actively fight with the mods. Oh yeah, it's all outfit stuff. It's like 90% of it is Reina outfit mods. And one is the broken ones are the Reina outfit mods. The other mod that I think is intact is just a general effects tone down mod that just, it removes all of the sparkly hit effects, all of the shit that oversaturates the screen and makes it unbearable to look at. Let's see. Let me pull up. What are we? Let's catch up with some slop. And by slop I mean some news that happened while I was away. Boom. There we go. All potato mods are good. I don't use any potato mods. I just use the effects the effects nerfer, I guess. So in recent news, Shondo has put together a proper apology. We're not going to read the entire thing. It can be summarized in, well, she's taking responsibility for suffering her woman moment. And you know what? Good on her. Good on her for finding a way, for being, the adult in the room. Because Bao just basically doubled down, and some of you are probably not aware of what we're even talking about. So we need to roll this one back a little bit. So, Bao has noticed that for once the internet was not paying attention to her, and instead, Emiru was in the spotlight as a consequence of her dogshit taste in men. Because she certainly didn't have any means of pre-vetting her partners before hopping on Mizkiv's dick. So I call skill issue and say play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But as a woman, observing another woman being in the spotlight, Bao, of course, had to find a way to crash out and put herself back into the spotlight. At which point she's authored her now infamous tweet about if a big successful male streamer starts contacting you, do not walk, run away. Which sparked a conversation about herder male VTubers and whatnot. Many such cases, yourself included, we blind ourselves to the red flags. To be honest, both men and women do this. Do you see many men complaining about this for attention on the internet, though? Like, listen, I am aware of the statistic of people ignoring the prescription of not sticking your dick into crazy. Painfully so. You don't see sob stories on Twitter about that, or on Twitch, or anything else, because nobody gives a fuck. But when the e-whore, whose primary means of earning a living is being parasocial with touchless losers, it's like, oh, I was having sex with this deeply abusive man. Okay. Like, I think that the reaction should be just as much indifference. Oh, he gaslit me. As opposed to, here's the thing. The complaint about Mizkif is that he engaged in standard female behavior as a man. And that is about it, honestly. Like, he just did everything that, if done by a woman, 70% of guys on the internet would have just gone, I can fix her. Like, all of you, not present company, not Oni Dojo, naturally, because you see the truth in the way, but you see, the internet hates Mizkif because he's emotionally abusive and gaslights women. I hate Mizkif because he's a retard and had to take steroids to still have a barely there melted candle looking physique. We are not the same. Dude owns a gym and still looks like he barely lifts. Fucking miserable. Mm-hmm. He said it himself. He said that like the claimed abuse and emotional issues were a product of him doing hard drugs and tren. It's good for people to see an example of what not to deal with. That's what dads are for, Thunder Biome. remember when dads were in charge of mate selection for women? No father is going to let Mizkiv date his daughter. All you know about Mizkiv is what Emiru and Tectone said. That's all, you don't dig deeper. I don't care. Your dad died. That's unfortunate. That is a cross that we all have to bear at some point. Does not excuse the fact that the core principle has to be there. Some kind of father figure has to be there to curate mate selection, and everything else has proven to be a dysfunctional model. For women specifically, because women are more exposed in relationships because they are the childbearing part of the species. Men, like, realistically, up until the age of 30, you can mostly hit the ground running. Like, unless you manage to collect some real bad cooties on your dick, you're mostly fine. There's a reason why we heal soft tissue damage as fast as we do. I forgot the point I was making. Well, yeah, I was aware of Miskiv only because he did some stupid shit in Japan, as you do, and I just think that he needs to be his teeth need to be rearranged with a brick, and that's about all. He is unimpressive on every imaginable metric, and the only reason he has any sort of following on Kick or Twitch is because he is too retarded to intellectually intimidate his audience, and has managed to stay professionally unemployed for long enough to get traction early on Twitch. He seems to have an issue with suicidal ideation, and for one, I think he should just do it. He won't because he's a little bitch, which is indicated by the fact that he took roids and he still looks like he barely lifts. So actually not gonna make it. Bad genetics, never had a shot out of the gate. He sounds like a manipulator. He lied about the suicide. Yeah. Again, Thunder Biome. The main crime that's being presented to Mizkif is that he behaves like a woman, which I agree should be a prosecutable offense. A brick works, but bare hands is the old reliable. I don't want to touch Mizkif with my hands. He's greasy and probably smells bad. But that's besides the point. Well, yeah, I've kind of outlaid the chronology, and sort of just reminding everyone that a lot of people need to be reminded that the majority of content creators are flawed, juvenile, and inept. That's, again, I was kind of limited by the character number. I refuse to pay for a blue check mark, so therefore my phraseology is going to be flexed around the character limit of Twitter. Hey there, friendly anarchist. We're talking about how I have zero sympathy for Emiru, and her relationship issues with Mizkif are entirely a skill issue, just like his tragically bad genetics are probably a good cause for him to reroll his stats. But as I was saying, it's a thing that I keep reminding people of on a regular basis, and some people get very butthurt about this. But the statement is that the vast majority of content creators, and especially successful content creators, score very high in the dark triad traits for a reason. And what does that mean? It means that they are inherently not very good people. It means that they have a capacity to be manipulative, narcissistic, and very frequently psychopathic. And people with double-digit IQs seem to be very, very offended by that point. I don't know why Maybe they see it as a slight against their favorite authoritative father replacement figure. That's between them and God to figure out. But the reason I say that is not to just lambast all of content creation, although I insist that you need to poke fun at the content monkeys, myself included. But it's also not fair to expect them to actually act like functioning adults. Uh, Again, big win for Shondo for being the exception in this particular case after 3 straight days of violently crashing out on Twitter. Uh, you prefer the Peterson Dark Tetrad, which includes cruelty? I mean, it's sort of covered by psychopathy because a capacity for cruelty is generally a product. How should I put this? Outside of sadism, uh, cruelty that's inflicted onto others is usually for some utilitarian purpose. Mostly because you don't care. You place your own outcomes over the suffering of others, which again, I there's a reason why I don't publish my Dark Triad score. We're gonna let's not discuss moral relativism on this particular stream. But yeah, it is funny. Like again, Bao managed to shit the bed royally. She was then, I don't know, I don't think it's a hot mic. She thought that it was a flex, or maybe that excuse was better than whatever was happening in reality. But basically, when the tweet blew up and she continued doubling and tripling down, she just said, "Oh, well, I'm just engagement farming. I was merely pretending to be retarded." What happened with Bao? Oh, I'm not. So basically, Bao noticed that another woman was in the spotlight. Emeru. We've discussed that previously. Bao fucked herself harder than her Fansly stream. Shondo got good ending. Shondo did manage to stick the landing. Like she's actually made an apology that looks like it was written by an adult who read the room. So big ups to her. Um, Again, it is funny that Shondo became the main character of a joke that you could hear on a Shondo stream. Woman forced to take accountability almost fucking dies. Narcissist bogus drama over jealousy? Basically, yes. So, it's just a day ending in Y in the female VTuber space, or in the VTuber space in general. Yeah, pretty much. Uh, and of course you have the vultures of the VTuber space. I'm not sure I can read that word out loud on stream. I'm trying to limit my power word use a little bit, but all of the sort of downgrade secondary parasites that infest the media sphere, the fucking false IDs, revs, hero haze, everyone whose content subsists on being quote unquote news. They cling onto every piece of drama because that is their only source of relevance because they themselves produce zero content. And then they're surprised why them not producing any original content isn't exactly a great driver for brand deals. Shocking. Haven't even begun to dive into the Cinder Shylily book of petty banter complaints. I mean, again, it's just a cascading woman moment, all of it in its entirety. It's she showed up in the same dress as me to the party level bullshit. Women are not social animals. They are violently antisocial when left to their own devices, especially. There's also a segment that genuinely engage in cruelty for cruelty's sake. Engage in cruelty for cruelty's sake. Yeah, that's called sadism. The 10,000 page woman moment. Yes, exactly. It is just that. Like, I'm not reading all that. I do not care. I did not care the first time. I do not care now. Y'all are fucking stupid because you can't function in a professional environment. Probably because you're women. So yeah, to my ultimate point, stop caring. None of this matters. These are strangers on the internet. That includes both participating in the moral crusades and white knighting for your favorite virtual anime woman. Watch your favorite content monkey, throw them a prime sub once in a while. That is it. That is the extent of your investment into the whole fucking thing, and that's how uninvested you should stay. Oh, what else happened on the shitters? Let me quickly check. I tweeted up a storm recently. All right. Oh yeah, Hassan. Hassan on his usual shit. Let's.
This guy ran as a done. What do you think it means that this guy ran as a socialist and anti-communism didn't work to stop him? That's big.
Yeah, I think we are in the heart of the imperial core. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately. And the reality...
Unfortunately, Hassan, Jesus fucking Christ, my man. I wish that you fucking had to grow up in a Soviet Muslim republic. I fucking wish that you ended up as a child without your fucking silver spoon in your mouth in fucking Dagestan, because you would have been a bottom bitch getting his fucking mouth cummed in 5 times an evening. Because we all know that without the test that you have to pin every day, you are a little skinny bitch. You look like you barely lift, despite the fact that you pin test. You have to take actual fucking roids to have a barely there physique. Shut the fuck up, my guy. New Yorkers waking up to the 5 a.m. call to prayer 2026. It's a lot. Well, first of all, like the positive, the white pill scenario here is that Mamdani is just as retarded as he looks, and he's actually not going to be able to do any of the things that he's promising. That he's just going to be shut down by the state or by the rest of the city, because the mayor of New York actually has very little say in actual policies and things like tax rates. Hassan wore a maid dress, can't trust him. I mean, that's like number 5 on the on the list of reasons you can't trust him. I would probably put that even below. I would put that in below shocking his dog for no good reason in priority of reasons you don't trust him. Number 1 being that he's a communist. And I'm not going to list number 2 because I don't want to get banned on Twitch. But yeah, I think that that we need to remember that we need to promote Prevent Communism Day. We need to promote Prevent Communism Day, and every day now is Prevent Communism Day, and it's not enough to be passively not communist. We must be actively anti-communist. Fucking helicopter rides for all of them. The possible white pill is hoping this will give us an Argentina scenario. Pretty much, yes. So, well, the positive scenario is that Mamdani is going to be ineffectual in his seat. Will probably leave the city grossly in debt with the policies that he's going to be able to put in place. And then an adult is going to have to come in and unfuck the city. If he's actually able to enact any of the retarded shit that he ran on, in that case, New York is going to be pretty fucked in the short term. Again, they're not going to be able to recreate a full-on London because the state of London is largely informed by the larger legislature of the UK, UK being a not real place. So the rot cannot spread as readily. It's very easy to fuck around and find out in America still, even in New York. So what can realistically happen is that he's likely going to defund the police. Hey there, Crespian. May escape from New York to be entertaining. Oh god, I wish we would wall that goddamn city off, just like LA. You think Hochul has confirmed that Mamdani is going to be on a tight leash? That won't totally stop him, but he's basically Sanders on a smaller scale with an Arab twist of how effective he'll be. I need to pick my words really, really carefully because I really want to glow. I really, really want to glow like the fucking sun right now. especially since if we're talking about how to deal with both Bernie and Mamdani at the same time, that's a problem that's solved in. It can be solved in one helicopter ride. But if he goes through with his plan to aggressively defund the police, probably appoint some ineffectual, limp-wristed police chief, God forbid a Muslim police chief, you are going to see a sharp spike in culturally enriched rapes in New York City. I'm sorry, as a woman, New York City is just not going to be a very fun cash money place to be. There's going to be a lot of rape. A lot of rape, a lot of muggings, a lot of murders, a lot of cashless bail, all of that shit. Like, the criminality is going to be through the fucking roof. Probably by design, because they want stats on murder and on firearm use, to use that as a cudgel to beat us over the head with in the gun debate. Another white pill, while New Jersey was a loss, actually showed Republican gains, just not enough to turn the tide. Unlimited stabbings. No, listen, we don't need to have unlimited stabbings. Like, illegal guns are easy enough to get. Again, it is New York. Like, one of the reasons why the disarmament scenario is just very unrealistic for America. We have what? Something like 800 million firearms in the country. You're never disarming us. Like, even if you pass all of your fucking European laws, even if a part of the population complies, you're not going to disarm the population. I'm sorry. That 800 million guns is not going anywhere. Just over 500 million on the low estimate, yes. The old folks vote for their descendants' doom. I don't think that Mamdani was a boomer vote. I think Mamdani was legitimately the insane college educated. Well, no, actually, I've seen the spreads. He's the foreigner vote. He is the foreign invasion vote. Like, that is the gimme grants voting for Gibbs. One vote, one bucket of rice, one time. That is literally that. It is the Mamdani voting bloc is the reason you can't have democracies in third worlds, because their average IQ is 70 and they don't understand consequences past voting for Gibbs. Republicans should focus on kitchen table politics. See, I am so jaded and also so terminally online from a political perspective. I don't really know where, like, what are kitchen table politics? He's the Pakistani vote? Essentially, yes. He is the unproductive migrant who votes for Gibbs votes. And the insane, indoctrinated leftist woman who should have never been allowed to have access to higher education. You're jaded to the point of saying just 50x the deportations. Absolutely. Listen, most problems we're experiencing can be solved. Well, on the one hand, by denaturalizing and deporting 3 generations of Indians, but also just deporting, I don't know, roughly 20 to 50 million people will fix a lot of things. Hello there, Rake the Skeleton. My day is doing actually pretty good. Pretty good. I'm feeling very productive today. I'm very slightly seething today, which is, you know what, less than I normally am. Someone raised that as a point once, as to like, hey, like, why does Kuromaru follow so many goon accounts? It's so that I can open my phone and scroll through Twitter without actually crushing my phone in my hand. It's it's my palate cleanser from catching another piece of the news that upsets me deeply. Oh, hey there, Zesty. How are you? Can you get a sniff? A sniff of what, excuse me? What are we sniffing exactly? Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. A wee whiff? A crumb of puss? Aren't you married, my man? Bites lip. Deport and denaturalize all Indians, Arabs, Somalis, and have smaller denaturalizations for Biden era Hispanics and Chinese. Why smaller though? Why? You are married. Yeah. It's been a minute. Well, listen, we usually bond over Tekken, and Tekken is dog shit. So I can't blame you for not hopping around to rub elbows. I'm waiting for them to unfuck all of the mods I have for Tekken 8 to make it playable. Scrolled through my follower page before. You've been on Ghost of Yote? How is it? Kitchen table politics, basically rising gas, food prices, housing affordability, all that jazz. Well, here's the thing. Like, again, maybe it's just me being a fucking career analyst, but when I see rising gas prices and food prices and housing, I'm like, but why does that happen? And I go directly to solutions. Like, here's the thing. I don't call for denaturalization and mass deportations of Indians simply because I don't like Indians. And I'm not a fan of their culture or the scale at which we have to experience them. But I also call for that because they are exerting pressure on the real estate market by presenting disproportionate demand. They're also depressing white collar wages. The oversaturation of H-1Bs is actively depressing my salary. Like, I should be earning I'm going to be optimistic. I should be earning at least twice as much in my current role, and I would be if they weren't depressing wages with H-1Bs. It's been pretty good. Nice scenes. The Japanese dub is the way. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you're going to experience a Japanese game, it has to be written primarily in the Japanese language, and then the VO has to be Japanese. That's why I don't understand when people play Monster Hunter with English voiceover. Like, that is just criminal. First of all, the pacing of the dialogue is going to be wrong because these games are written in Japanese. To solely rely on that for housing is not enough. Should have cut red tape a little more. That is true. That is true. It's just one example of things like it's difficult for me to limit things to just their end result. Like, for like if a kitchen table problem to kitchen table politics is shit is expensive, that's great. In a vacuum, that means nothing. And you need to reverse engineer those problems and understand why you're encountering them in order to look for solutions. I'm not saying that you solve every problem by deporting every Indian. I'm saying that it's a nice first step. Illegals that will work for nothing, H-1Bs and other work visas. Yeah. You don't think work visas should even exist? I disagree with that. There is utility in bringing over talent, but it needs to be very, very strictly controlled. And before the H-1B system was overtaken, I think we had a pretty solid balance. Like, you need to understand that America is supposed to be the promised land for the best people in the world. We are by design an economy that functions by depriving the rest of the world of the top 1% performers. That's why we have the O1 exceptional talent visas. Like, if you are actually that effective in your shithole, yeah, sure, we would like you to come over here and flourish in our walled garden of America. If you are able to find success in in a post-Soviet Eastern European country, imagine what you can do in a real free market economy. And that has been the promise, and that actually has been the model. So no, I think there should be some limited, extremely harshly vetted legal migration. That's how you elicit brain drain from your potential adversaries. That's how, for example, a good example of that is actually Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is a gigantic source of brain drain that has effectively crippled, Russia specifically in terms of technology. The reason Russian manufacturing and Russian tech are like 3 generations behind the US is because Russian capital and Russian founders have dropped trow and they've run towards Silicon Valley as a place to do business. You don't trust it personally. You're growing to a point of just saying net zero migrations. Again, very. Oh, I am an opponent of oversimplified answers to complex problems. So as I was saying, the reason Russia, and largely China, by the way, and the rest of the world are behind the US tech sector is because we've set up a funnel of brain drain in the form of our venture capital model, venture capital market. Because if you are a successful entrepreneur, you are just going to have more success in America than anywhere else. And that is how we've bled Russia of generations of extremely intelligent and extremely talented people to great, great success. Well, for one, that's why Google exists in America. That's why Google is an American company founded by a Russian immigrant, Sergey Brin. Like it or not, a lot of American success stories are Russian Jews moving to America, largely escaping either the Soviet Union or the rubble of the Soviet Union, of the freshly collapsed Soviet Union, and depriving your enemy of the exceptional talent while letting that talent grow on your fertile soil is a success factor. You just need to understand that there is a handful of these people. These people exist, like, maybe in the hundreds, definitely not in the thousands. Definitely none of them come from a country where the average IQ is 70. That is the key difference. That's why O1s work. Day laborers, there's a conversation to be had there. I mean, why the fuck are we importing people to do jobs that teens and 20-somethings have been doing for decades prior? I don't think we need that layer of labor. But when it's sort of one-off unicums, yeah, I think we should leverage the fact that we are, in fact, the promised land for highly motivated, highly effective people. We should have a way to import more Elon Musks. However, Elon Musks should stay in their fucking lane and not inject their opinions into how we manage the rest of the country. You build the fucking electric cars, you send the rockets to space, you do the audit while you're allowed to do that, and then you shut the fuck up. Or take a step back and fuck your own face. Speaking of which, I was about to segue into a topic, and then I completely... Oh, no, never mind. We're going to look at a Razor Fist video about that. Never mind. Let's see. What else? I found this one funny. Speaking of, easy solutions for complex problems, it's this oversimplified thinking that drives me up the fucking wall every time I see it. If you can't picture your job being done by a pig wearing clothes in a children's book, it's not a real job and you add no real value to society. While this makes for a very funny meme, this is actually a very low IQ take. Because it is a take that is usually produced by someone who does not understand that most things are larger than the sum of their parts. They do not understand soft concepts. They do not understand larger systematic approaches. So to which I respond with, no, it just means that you're not easily replaceable by automation and would probably be able to create generational wealth. That being said, if you can't explain your position or what you do in simple terms, so you can have a desk job. Like for example, I have a desk job, but I can explain what I do in pretty simple, dumbed down terms, even those that a Gen Alpha can understand. And if you can't, you probably don't know what you're doing. Oh, all right. That's actually a tangent that we can go in today. So, I tend to have a specific VRC dancer on in the background as I work. Listen, I gotta keep myself. You gotta stay hard, motherfucker. But the point is, and it's mute, of course. Of course, it's a mute because the VRC dancer is a man. It's understood because no woman would ever spend $5,000 on full body 16-point tracking hardware, and no woman has the style sense of picking those particular models. So it is 90% likely that it is actually a man. If VRC dancers are all men, your brain is okay with that? Yeah. Like, you're not looking at the man. You're looking at the mocap model that's being puppeted by a man. I'm perfectly fine with that. It's no different from one being animated by a man, and the best animators are usually men as well. But that's besides the point. The thing is that amidst the undulating titties, there's a speech to text that runs on the channel. And unfortunately, that person doesn't just dance, they also talk. Gotta stay hard. And whenever they're not discussing some innocuous topic like, you know, the preferred sauce for chicken nuggets or some shit, they go into politics. And like every gender confused person, their politics are very, very, very severely left leaning. In a slightly more cerebral way, but still very much like you can smell the Kool-Aid on their breath. And that rubbed me the wrong way because I understood that the moment I try to push back, the moment I try to propose an alternative opinion or debunk some of the just facially incorrect shit the streamer was saying, I would get banned. Just right there and then. I would get banned. There's probably a no politics rule, despite the fact that the person on the stream is actually talking shit about Trump's decision, saying, oh, he's an international embarrassment. He's so ineffectual. Like, our defense industry is falling apart, or like shit that is facially untrue. Oh, yeah. Our commander in chief and our secretary of war are so inefficient that we are hitting record highs in recruitment. You feel that so often you're unironically into femboys and it's fucking minefield of this. Disavow. I think that's gay. Sorry, I'm gonna call balls and strikes when I see that's fucking gay. What are you doing, mate? That's fucking gay. But to my larger point, that for some reason it's fine to do that. You're lost, brother? No, we can save you. We can save you. We can claw you back from the globo homo. But my larger point is that is for some reason considered acceptable. Like that does not scare the hose. Talking about how it's a good thing that Democrats are on track to score major victories in New York and New Jersey, that's good. See, that's cool and acceptable. But when I talk about the news without dangling a pair of tits in front of chat here, I am the untouchable. I am the spicy political VTuber. And there's a reason why I use those specific terms. It's because that's what I was told by several people in DMs and have had other people dodge me without admitting that in DMs with me, but admitting that in DMs to other people. So when I say that I'm facing some headwinds whenever I try to grow as a creator, I usually am referring to that because espousing standard American politics as a man on, well, pretty much anywhere, just as a male VTuber, like it's very much a pick a struggle kind of situation. Because on the one hand, male VTuber, on the other hand, um, sort of standard center right ish political opinions. Um, being a male VTuber for anything is an uphill battle. Yeah, and then you add like basically all of the politics that Kershaw has to struggle with at the same time. So that was just, I find it highly hypocritical, but at the same time, I had a talk with one of the people who was just like straight up in DMs with me. I'm not going to say who that is. But basically, the consensus here is I need to scare the hoes less, specifically on Twitter. Streams more or less get a pass unless I have like a very, very bad yab on stream, which I think I've been pretty good at not having those. I've thankfully skirted without a single TOS violation my entire streaming career. So hopefully that streak will continue. But, just interesting. Again, I don't squeeze y'all for prunes and subscriptions and bits and whatnot. I try to paywall as little as possible. I'm gonna e-beg for my throne occasionally, very rarely. It is a very nice throne. I have some very useful production quality related things there. Only the best. Some say that's the best, not me. But the one thing that I do ask for is please, 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 please clip, share. Like if you hear me say something funny in the off chance, or you see a funny clip that I post, just please share that somewhere. Just leave that in a Discord where you will hopefully not be banned for doing so. Because realistically, traction is visibility is the most important currency for me. Like I'm good on the money side. I make good money on my day job. It pays for my hobbies. Like, how should I put this? I make enough money that my stay-at-home wife gave me a gun as a gift. So I'm fine. I can eat. But growth is difficult. Like the ego stroking part of the hobby is realistically an uphill battle. Okay. All right. So, yesterday was voting day. And not just in New York, not just in New Jersey, but for example in Texas as well, it was voting day. Most of our votes were small municipality mayors, some of the ISD seats, city council seats, but among them was State of Texas Proposition 16, the constitutional amendment clarifying that a voter must be a United States citizen. I'm sorry, what? Why are we just codifying this in 2025? That feels like kind of like day one shit, wouldn't you not agree? I know, right? Like, anyone who's ever played a Paradox Grand Strategy game is going to tell you that maybe you don't want to enable, like, foreign populations to vote in your elections. It's kind of a big no-no, kind of invalidates the entire point of voting. But you know what? It's nice that it passed. All of the common suspects were against. An interesting one of them was the Libertarian Party of Texas. As if being a libertarian is not embarrassing enough. I've had the mispleasure of reading into posts by the Libertarian Party of Texas, and I think that the humane thing would be to put them down. Because this is fucking not only that, not only are they cringe and gay, not only are they just pro blanket immigration, not a single word in their entire platform makes reference to repealing the NFA. How the fuck do you call yourself the Libertarian Party if you make no inference to dismantling the most egregious infringement on the Second Amendment imaginable. Modern libertarians sadden you, you're Hoppian. I really like the Mises Caucus. Like, I'm very much Austrian School of Economics. Oh, hey there, Mandalore. Speaking of Paradox, they dropped their new line of crack. You're not too hyped about it. The new games are not hitting. It's nice to see a fellow traveler. Oh, what was it? It's like my favorite description of the of Yojo Senki, Tanya the Terrible, is what was it? A fucking Paradox player is challenged by God, dropped into World War I Germany with magic, and his first reaction is, I can run this shit better. But yeah, anything that's like big L libertarian is big L for a reason. The Libertarian Party just needs to be fucking purged. All of the actual libertarians are just participating in the takeover of the Republican Party, and that's probably the way it's going to be the most effective. Good night, sort of a demon. Thank you for checking in. Always appreciate the first. I'm sorry, but the only way libertarians would ever that's why Rand Paul stays as on the Republican ticket, because he realistically understands, like, despite some of his strange stances sometimes, he is a consistent libertarian on most things. He stays with the Republican Party because that is where the libertarian agenda is better represented while also being viable. Bay sorting? What do you mean? What are you referring to? Oh, sort of. What are we sorting? Sorry, logistics? Logistics mentioned? Okay, there was a Razor Fist video that I wanted to watch. The Libertarian Party has stopped fighting against taxes, refuses to fight against the NFA or GCA, but good God, will they fight for that migrant flood? I know, right? It's almost as if they've just been basically Tea Partied at this point. It's filled to the brim with clowns. But yeah, Razor Fist put up a rant. We respect the Razor. We know better than to bet against the Razor in this household. So let's see what he has to say.
This refrain is achieving Gregorian chant status at this point, less an inquiry than a mantra, a preoccupation for populists while inducing anxiety in elites, podcasters uncountable, and conjurees of commentators, delighted expression of the question, wheedling their witless viewers with ever more stentorious assertions of civil war ascendant. Dim Pool and Benzedrine Shapiro have predicted a second civil war for longer than the first one lasted, all without troubling themselves to actually answer the question and making more money in the process than a gynecologist with Parkinson's. I know how my favorite comedian answered the question all the way back in the 1990s.
I'm 42 years old, and I think it might be unfixable. Geez, I don't even know if I want to try to fix it anymore. Maybe it's time to make a little bread, build a wall, take care of my loved ones, do a little charitable work to keep my karma level and stay out of the crosshairs of the scope, because it is a fucking madhouse out there.
That seems to track very well. That sounds outright prophetic.
You ever see the look on anybody's face who's over 80 years old? They give you that good fucking luck look. No.
I also know how some of the foremost thinkers in the West at least attempted to answer. Edmund Burke once opined, "We are bound to maintain the legacy of our ancestors, not as a mere inheritance to be squandered, but as a trust to be transmitted unimpaired to our posterity. And in this sacred duty, perseverance is the virtue that guards against the tempests of innovation and the decay of time."
And boomers get a very well-deserved F on this particular metric because, oh boy golly, did they do a lot of squandering, pretty much burning down the entire world that enabled their very comfortable lifestyles.
Yet we find ourselves whirling about in a curious socio-mechanical maelstrom at present, for much of the societal decay we're witnessing cannot be attributed to the Tootsie Rolls of time, but the pixie sticks of the present. Disgraced DOJ dick holsters like Merrick Garland and Jack Smith committing conspiracy in the recently revealed Operation Arctic Frost, for example. A name which, for all their assertions it wasn't envisioned to eliminate Orange Man, is in fact the name of a particular breed of orange tree that can withstand the unseasonably nipply winters of Gator Country. Well, if that ain't the coinkiest of dinks. The name, of course, proved prophetic as Trump withstood it all the way to the White House. Maybe pick one of your pets' names next time, asshole. May I suggest Stephanopoulos? And yet the response from the jagoff GOP, a scant social media post and the very sternest of finger wagglings. Late stage Tea Party 2.0. And so again we ask,
I think we should bring back hangings for treason. I think that's a good incentive to present to the political process.
is it fixable? 4-foot -5 fuckwits wearing prom suits and broadcasting in front of a green screen in their gammy's guest room alleged on Tucker Carlson's podcast that the only available remedy is feudalism and theocracy, all while slavering over communist China and Stalinist Russia.
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I wanted to meet you.
Acknowledge that your point of view is fundamentally anti-American. From the founding fathers, the framers,
100%. Americanism is a heresy in the Catholic Church. You'd know that if you knew fucking anything.
Why be in the United States and try to change us into some theocratic regime when that's not fundamentally what the country is about?
We want to make it better.
So everyone, I want you to sear that statement into your fucking minds whenever you hear some blithering fuckwit tell you about how Nick Fuentes is America first, how he's MAGA. No, he's fucking Vatican first. He lives to slobber on the current Pope's dick. That is his only aspiration in life. The only thing that he dreams of as the thing that he wants more than anything is to have his back blown out by the papal throne. He was never America first. He is not America first. I have to filter my commentary. None of it is appropriate for Twitch. But yeah, this is, how should I put this? What Shapiro is to Israel, Nick is to the Vatican. No, I'll explain why. Shapiro is an actually functionally intelligent man who sometimes, out of hubris or laziness, takes very strange positions. Shapiro is very boomer coded, and he is also a fucking dork. That is my main problem with him. That is why I find it endlessly funny that that Abigail Shapiro's tits became a meme on the internet. Just because he's a fucking dork and I want to bully him. That's the only reason. There is no rational reason for it. He's actually done very good work for promoting conservatism on the internet. You do not trust Shapiro? I'm not asking you to trust fucking anyone. The fact of the matter is, first of all, Abby's tits are fucking pristine. Second of all, sorry, I am bewitched by the Khazar milkers. The thing about Shapiro is that he is actually effective. Shapiro kept a stable of conservative commentators on YouTube specifically, paid and relevant, in a time where YouTube was the most hostile environment to disagree with the current thing. Not only that, Shapiro has also laid the groundwork for exposing leftism for the batshit insanity that it is, and leftists as blithering retards. You cannot take that away from him. Again, I will be the first one to criticize and throw rotten eggs at Benny Shapiro. Unfortunately, Boychuk did do good. He did actually do good result-driven work. And you cannot take that away from him. I'm sorry, Matt Walsh would not have been he would not have been a relevant enough person to be spreading his fucking boomer con takes on Twitter and YouTube without Shapiro's backing, without Shapiro building the Daily Wire. In many such cases, Candace Owens would have been a non-entity if not for the Daily Wire. That is just an irrefutable fact. He's built he did what Jews do best. He organized a business that also supports the things that he supports. And he's managed to build cash flows around that and ensure an environment where like-minded people can, at the very least, survive. You cannot point at another person who does that. Crowder is a man on an island. He's built his own little area. Again, I probably agree on more things with Crowder than I do with Shapiro. But at the same time, Shapiro has built up more people than Crowder has alienated. There you go. It's simple as. Like, not everyone has the absolute grit and virility of Alex Jones to survive being banned off of everything, deprived of money on every corner, sued to hell and back. Not everyone can do that. Arguably, only Alex Jones could have survived that. And Shapiro built an environment that has shielded conservative voices from that fate. During a time where being online, expressing these very milquetoast opinions was just unsafe for any perspective of having paid work. He looks like a choir boy that had put too much work into his clerical service career. You mean Shapiro or Fuentes? Alex Jones is eternal? Very much so. Very much so. But again, there's a reason why there's only one Alex Jones. There is a reason why there is only one of him. Because everyone else would have just snapped in half under that pressure. Oh, sorry, I'm ignoring YouTube chat because all the cool kids are on Twitch. Yeah, James Lindsay did good work too, but look at him now. Oh, Fuentes? No, I don't think he's a choir boy. I think that he is a seething, resentful snake who is intelligent enough to be rhetorically strong in front of people who don't think deeply about the things they are being told. He is, I would say that he is the chemically perfect example of an obnoxious debate bro, of a pointlessly edgy obnoxious debate bro, because he looks he looks like it. I mean, he wears a suit. He has that sort of gay twinkish physiognomy about him. I guess so. But I think that's where the similarities kind of end. Like, my problem with Fuentes is he offers oversimplified solutions, again, for complex problems. And if he genuinely thinks that he's found the key, that all he has to do is notice hard enough, and that actually explains all of the wonders in the world, then he's actually fucking stupid. But I think that he's a little bit smarter than the audience that he caters those takes to. And he actually knows that he is a fucking liar. And that is actually exemplified in the fact that he's figured out how to scare the hose a little bit less. And that's what got him the interview with Tucker over there. Because Tucker is actually of the average intelligence of Nick Fuentes' audience. He's... how should I put this? He's been holding off on noticing for so long, and now someone presented him the idea that it's the Jews, And he really likes fitting that square peg into every hole of every shape he sees around him. Have you noticed that in Tucker's case, it's always the Jews in the last like couple of years? It's always the fucking Jews. That is a very telltale sign of someone with a double-digit IQ. They find that one thing that that they can seemingly fit into every problem in their life, and they just hold on to it for their dear life. That is Tucker. Man has absolutely zero internal dialogue. I'm pretty sure he just has full-on fucking aphantasia. Never mind rotating the 3D photorealistic apple in his mind. I don't think he remembers what apples look like the moment one exits his field of view. He is very much the kind of person who can't walk and chew at the same time. That is Tucker. And like all of the outrage around this, oh, Tucker platformed Nick Fuente. Well, first of all, the problem isn't, at least for me. See, I don't think that it is a problem inherently for Nick Fuentes to be platformed, because in the current state of the internet, you can't just really ban someone off the face of the earth anymore, nor should you. That is not a power that I want to exist, because it will definitely be a stick that will be used to beat me and mine. But so Fuentes already exists, and I think the best way to deal with him is to drag him out kicking and screaming with actual things that he thinks and believes into the sunlight and dissect him in front of the world. Jews are overrepresented in global homo, however. Just a point to them alone is not the shitload of others, is not missing the big picture. It's not seeing the picture and pointing out the window. Friendly anarchist, Jews are overrepresented in every field where having an IQ above 110, which is the average intelligence of Ashkenazi Jews, is a predictor of success. That is the only reason where my people are overrepresented anywhere. It's because we eugenically select within ourselves to produce high performers. Like you do not occupied by the Jews. I don't know, were you fucking shamed for having hobbies as a child that don't translate into marketable skills? Because I fucking was. That's why the eternal Anglo doesn't quite understand how that happened. That is how. I'm sorry that I was only praised for being able to fucking do complex interest rates as a 10-year-old. It's not just neurotic eugenics. It's just like, here's another example. Whenever I wanted something, like a toy, like a Lego set, I grew up with means. I'm not hiding that. Dad is my dad struck a very good balance between being exotically wealthy, and I'm not going to hide that. I'm not going to Hassan over here and pretend like I grew up in hardship. No. Again, Dad was and is exotically wealthy throughout my entire life. He did a good job of insulating me from the poisons of wealth, and I've been exposed to environments that have forced me to grow up as an actual real human being. But that's besides the point. Whenever I wanted something from him in particular, if I wanted to go somewhere, if I wanted to get something, I needed to present a case for why I need that and why that is useful. I was basically conditioned to give elevator sales pitches from the age of 5. And I am not an outlier. That is just how Jewish households work. You stress your progeny, you force them to develop adaptations that are going to provide success for them when they are adults. And yeah, you're going to get a lot of Jews in high-paying positions because of that, because you internally, in your population, select for intelligence, which means you bias towards pair bonding with high intelligence requirement professions. That's why you have a lot of lawyers, a lot of doctors with funny sounding European names that aren't exactly European. Because who would have thought, but intelligence is heritable by a factor of 95%. 95% heritability in intelligence. And yes, that's why inside of Jewish populations, the best suitors, the people with the most likelihood of actually pair bonding and forming families, are people in high-paying jobs with high mental loads. We have self-selected as a population, and the ones you see occupying throwaway jobs, like fucking New York Times writers, or I don't know. I'm trying to think of a more reprehensible thing, or equally reprehensible thing as a as a New York Times columnist. This is the wash off of good Jewish families. These are people who have been selected out because they are too retarded or disagreeable. The rest of your genes getting held up by your singular Jewish ancestor from a couple generations ago. See? But that is generally the reason why that happens. That actually happens way less now. You've noticed like how, for example, you look at Executive America. It's now being increasingly occupied by H-1B Indians. And all of a sudden, those companies no longer perform. All of a sudden, every Windows update is more tragic than the last. All of a sudden, there is more and more AI slop optimization in the NVIDIA cards. That's because the Indians are ending up in those positions not through merit, not through just dead-ass straight-up competition, solely through nepotism, because they're being ushered in by the one hiring manager Indian, who then starts shoveling in every Indian he can get in because they just want to be surrounded by other Indians. And Indian nepotism is toxic because they hire Indians because they are Indians, because they are friends and family. Jewish nepotism works very differently. Whenever you ask someone for a favor inside of, for example, your shul or like your synagogue group or like whatever social circle that you maintain, even non-religious Jews will just generally have some kind of circle of other Jewish families around them. So the way Jewish nepotism works is you will ask for a favor once. For example, fucking what's a good Jewish name? Mordechai. Mordechai here needs a first job. He's a good little boy. He has his fucking 4.0 fucking GDE. But he needs a little lift into the banking sphere. So they ask Uncle Shlomo to give him an internal referral for an intern position at the bank, and like Chase Morgan Stanley, who the CEO, by the way, I think is Irish, but that's besides the point. And little Shlomo is going to receive that referral because, yeah, it's a favor. Like his, I don't know, fuck it. I'm not going to waste mental bandwidth on imagining the canon for Shlomo. Not Shlomo, Mordechai. Sorry, Shlomo is going to give little Mordechai his fucking his reference. But if Mordechai fucks up, if he like really fumbles the fucking ball in this position where senior department head Shlomo had to vouch for him, he's never getting another fucking thing done for him ever again. That is it. That from that point onward, he's on his fucking own, because his dad is never going to ask for a favor for him, and sure as shit, the entire shul is going to hear about how he dropped the ball, embarrassed his family, embarrassed the friend of the family, and how he's generally fucking useless, and no one should probably let their daughters date him. It's also when the accountants take over an engineering-based company, in a lot of cases, an actual development takes a backseat. Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. like accountants taking control of a gun company. We're definitely not talking about SIG right now. So it's pretty similar to Italian nepotism. Yes, very much so. It's one of those. It's one of those like eugenics-driven nepotisms.
I've heard about you.
I mean, I do really prefer the feudal model, which is the ancient, it's the model of all time.
I mean,
Totally not talking about SIG or Glock. Listen, I think Glock, I've had that conversation with a couple of people, and the more I discuss it and the more I say it aloud, the more it makes sense. I'm going to pull that video up later after this one.
feudalism is so much better than what we have now because at least in feudalism, the leader is vested in the prosperity of the people he rules.
Right.
So funny, it was December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me. And
Why?
it's Joseph Stalin's birthday.
Oh.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan of Stalin's.
Mm-hmm. Always an admirer.
We should be.
I mean, it does track because Stalin and Hitler are very, very similar in both the policies that they
So
they
through the
put
same
in
source-
place and through the general through their general intent for Europe. It's just that Hitler beat Stalin to the punch in invading the other, because Stalin was also gearing up for an invasion of Europe that was supposed to go through Poland westward after Hitler was done fighting the Allies. The plan was to sick Hitler on Europe, cause a gigantic shit show, basically burn down everyone's military, and then Stalin would have rolled up with the tank armadas that were specifically built to traverse European roads, not the Russian slush. But because Hitler was on a lot of meth, he decided to open a second front and sort of threw a monkey wrench into that particular plan. To be fair, he did that partially because he was seeing a lot of success on the Western Front, because America was still preoccupied fighting the Pacific War with Japan. So he thought that he had the leeway of opening up a second front.
Be more like China.
Look, Tucker, I think it's neat and all you decided to reach across the aisle and interview a Kamala Harris supporter, but
Official strategy for Groyper War II announced tonight is that they will be ballot harvesting for Somali Muslims in Michigan and then in other swing states. Name this Operation Guerrilla Warfare after his black and brown followers who look like gorillas.
But beyond the obvious Richard Spencer 2.0 op you're now willingly complicit in, there's just two tiny flies in the pseudo-intellectual ointment. One, we've already tried the communist Chinese system. We called it the COVID era. And if your guest wasn't so busy endorsing Kamala and swallowing more wiener than Kobayashi, he'd recall public outrage over it was a massive reason Trump was removed in...
Which one of you knows the famous hot dog eater Kobayashi? A man who has established an entirely new meta in hot dog speed eating.
2020 and ultimately resurgent in 2024. No thanks.
You do? Good man, Seku. Do you remember the strat?
To him. And two, if feudalism and theocracy is preferable to the American model, wish granted, you bow-tied bitch-made goof, because to a large extent a corpo-oligarchic variant of feudalism with a woke religion parked atop it is precisely what we're living under. For what is Bridge, ESG, HIJK, LMNOP, and all the other shitty shibboleths, if not a secular religion deigned by the DEI from on high? And what is urban Bolshevism, wherein mayors of deep blue burgs promise free shit to illegal invaders, implicitly securing their vote, while actual overtaxed Americans outside the city walls languish in the fields and underwrite the sale at shotgun point, if not reform feudalism? Cucker, Spic Fuentes, and Candy Kong foist a feudal solution while crying about glitches in free market capitalism that are in fact features of feudalism and theocracy. But while not everything has been fixed, some things have already started to be. For decades upon decuman decades.
It's fascinating how the intellectual peers of Tucker and Fuentes fail to understand that, yeah, they are actually suffering the consequences of the thing that they wish for. Hey there, No Terry. Gobble the glizzy, dunk the bun. That's a good way of explaining that. No, he didn't eat them full. The strat that he developed was he would remove the hot dogs, eat the hot dogs first, then he would dunk the bun in Sprite. I think Sprite or water. I don't remember. It's some kind of liquid to make the bun easier to chew, so that it's less spongy. So he would go hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, bun, bun, bun. It's water for competent. Okay. So he did go with water. So that was the strat. That's how he was able to shave off time as opposed to trying to eat the whole thing like wiener and bun combined. He went through the sausage first because it's faster and easier to gulp down, and then he broke the buns down by soaking them in water so that you don't have to fight the texture as much and it goes faster and it takes up less space in your stomach. So you can eat more and you can eat faster. That was the first time someone ever metagamed speed eating.
Illegal alien identity thieves cratered the credit of actual U.S. citizens, while a human shield of shitlords from border state mayors to theoretically Christian charities.
Yeah, exactly. No chew all suction, because chewing takes time.
To the highest halls of Congress turned trafficking into a formal function of government. Also, a Hispanic serf class could sit in for seasonal labor, doing dick all that American teens and 20-somethings hadn't done for decades before Sped Kennedy and LBJ borked our immigration system permanently in the year of, oh Lord, 1965. Contemporaneously, for
Interesting how we were a perfectly functioning society up before that point, despite having the ability to order machine guns off of a Sears catalog with no background checks. Chewing also activates the feeling of contentment. I'm not going to say no, because I'm not aware. I know that crunching has a positive neurological response. That's why a lot of comfort foods are crunchy. Ingenuity is the only reason you even know about the guy. You don't really care about speed eating. Neither do I.
Terms, Biden erected a double standard the size of battleship Potemkin, sentencing all sapient life to a digital dipshitosphere where the merest utterance of an aberrant slur or saucy joke on Boomer Book meant your IP address, school schedule, and precise texture of your last pap smear would be broadcast across the interwebs to all and sundry. But if Dirty Sanchez wants to sashay across the border, beweaponed, with an actively beeping IED in his dumper, he gets a taxpayer-funded fluffing courtesy of Comintern California. After 11 months of the dead king of Dunharrow insisting it was a reality-shattering impossibility to close the border, watching Trump slam it shut in 2 entire months was the funniest shit on television.
You better get your act together, or you're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together. And
where's the lie? We could order Thompsons in the mail, and we're majority religious, we're fine, but suddenly massive welfare states, suddenly line go down. Yeah. Welfare state, mass amnesty of illegals into the country. Remember that? President Reagan, who fucking signed the GCA and the fucking Hughes Amendment.
we, as you know, last month we had nobody entering our country. Nobody. Shut it down. And we took out a lot of bad people that got there with Biden.
Reagan, who fucking amnestied so many illegals into California that California was now turned forever blue.
Biden was a total stiff.
So is it fixable? It's sort of already starting to be, but like a drowning man waiting for Pam.
He was also the guy who banned open carry in California, by the way. I did not know that, but that does sound on brand. But remember, it's the Jews. The Jews are somehow to blame for Reagan for depriving you of your fucking natural rights and ruining an entire state. Drives you nuts how many Gen Xers and Boomers actually pretend like Reagan was a good president.
Anderson to bear him back to the beach for mouth-to-muff resuscitation. It never seems quite quick enough, does it? But it can't be fixed everywhere. Look, it's neat the Brit-bongs are playing capture the flag with the feds, but if you think the solution to statism is statism squared, you are in for the nastiest surprise since British cuisine. And that's sad. As a half-German, half-English asshat myself, I'd like to understand Great Britain better, but sadly, I still haven't learned Farsi. I'm Razor Fist. Godspeed.
To be honest, you mostly blame FDR for the downfall. He was the traitor who opened the gates. Again, without Reagan amnestying in an entire generation of illegals, the damage would have been so much less. We could still be deporting that FDR wave if they weren't fucking naturalized and amnestied by Reagan.
We will have another surprise, another digital campaign aimed at Donald Trump's presidential campaign. But it will only escalate and expand from there. Depending on how things go in the coming weeks, we will begin deploying on the ground in the state of Michigan. That's where it will start. We will engage in other guerrilla political tactics in Michigan, which I will not disclose at this time, until the election, which includes telling people to sit this one out and refrain from voting.
Bunch of swat. I caught him in a moment there. Next time you see someone on Shitter talk about how Fuentes is America first, how he's the true MAGA, show them this clip. Show them this clip actively calling his audience to not vote for Trump, to not show up for the election in 2024, actively trying to, and failing spectacularly, by the way, to torpedo the Trump presidency for 2024. This bundle of sticks is an actual functional traitor who would rather see our country be brought down to its knees, just to give him a slight opening for what his delusional ass thinks is going to be an opportunity to install a fucking papal caliphate here. Fuck him and every retard who espouses the dog shit that he tries to put out there. Did the first wave not arrive in World War II, and after the war, a massive amount was sent back? I don't believe any were sent back. Not quite sure. They let a shit ton of cheap labor in while the real men were off fighting. Yes, well, a lot of Mexicans actually were let in. In the 50s, it was Operation... Wait, oh, really? I was not aware of that. Your family came here legally and your uncle committed war crimes in Panama for citizenship based. That's probably the best way to acquire citizenship. Listen, it's only a war crime if you don't win, okay? Just found that Mississippi Republicans lost their supermajority. Yeah, the GOP needs a change in tactics. The GOP needs to be fully flushed out and replaced with actual fucking libertarians. That and the interred, not just Japanese, but Italians. What about them? Was anyone sent out? I'm not aware that any were actually deported. The establishment needs to be flushed and filled with real men. I think that's actually a process that has started. That's why I'm a big supporter of Brandon Herrera. I think that is the way. Men who have other things to do, but are willing to donate their time, effort, and money for the country to temporarily hop into politics despite having other pursuits. I think that is the way. That is how we get a good crop of actual proper politicians. Rather, proper statesmen as opposed to politicians, because politicians are not human. You want to see Tony get stomped by Herrera? I think he's very likely to do that this time around. I think that he has a better war room around him. Tony managed to also self-inflict a very, very bad scandal onto himself. You could even say that a fire was started in his vicinity. But yeah, I think Tony should just do the honorable thing and French kiss a shotgun. George Washington wasn't even a politician. He was a trader who happened to be a war god in his spare time. Yeah, essentially. We are a country that was established by heavily armed amateurs, and that is who we should be governed for with the consent of the governed. Really lit a fire under his ass, I know, right? All right. Let me here, have a grooming video while I go take a piss.
Lock in a free phone every year for the next 3 years. Guaranteed.
Hello?
Make Minutemen great again. Actually, this, you see, like, I am a very big opponent of government gibs. However, I think that it should be the duty of every able-bodied man who's signed up to the draft to be Minuteman ready. And I think in exchange for a periodic fitness test, every man above the age of 18 who's signed on to the draft should be issued the current infantry rifle in its full military capacity to do with as he pleases, and at least one crate of M855. 100% a South African commando style system. Listen, you get issued the standard grunt rifle, okay? Like if it's currently the fucking M4, you get issued a select fire M4. You want to specialize, you actually go and enlist. Have your grooming video. I'm going to go take a piss.
Hello? Hello? Well, he was very vocal outside and popped his head right out of here.
No, you
Hello?
cannot.
Hi.
You go and enlist if you want a different
What are you doing?
one.
Can you come on out? Come on. Come on. No. Oh, hiding. He's holding on to everything. Okay. Hi. Okay. Oh, you have to stay there. Hello. I have never seen a black Siberian forest cat before. Hi. It's okay. Well, she thought you were matted, but you are not matted. You are just shedding a lot of hair. Hi. It's okay. Oh, they're so cute. What are you doing? What? What's wrong? I don't think you're gonna like a bath. He's a big cat. Okay, we are going to start with the cone. A just in case cone.
This is Axel, and he's a beautiful Siberian forest cat.
It's okay. And now I have to clip your nails, okay? It's okay. Other side. What? Now we are going to start line brushing this guy. Take layer by layer. It's okay. It's okay, Axel. He's shedding a lot, so this is just all compaction, not matting. Like.
All right. Or you buy your own and use it in your own time. Yeah, nobody's stopping you from doing that. Again, I should be able to buy guns as nice as the ones we've left for the Taliban. And that includes select fire Mark 18s. All right, let's actually get to the slop. Oh, that's the wrong button. Theater mode. God, who the fuck designed this absolutely horrific UI? Well, I know it was an Indian, but still. All right, so 10 big differences between Japanese and American judo. Can we get to the meat and potatoes, please?
Point is about the difference in training environments. In Japan, most people start judo as kids in local dojo, school clubs, or university teams.
Okay.
The strong system, you practice almost every day, often after school.
So sometimes before school as well.
There are also company-sponsored teams. Only a small number of athletes can join them. But once you do, you receive full support. It's an incredible environment. Ono, Nagase, and I were all part of Asahikase, one of Japan's top corporate teams that offer the best support for athletes. In America, most people train at night, maybe 2 or 3 times a week. They are not school or company teams.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, I don't think there are a lot of corporate sponsors even for like the federation teams. It's mostly grassroots shit or memberships for USA Judo. So yeah, the support, the infrastructure for new talent and for training is just not here. In Japan, they do still have conventional dojos, and the conventional dojos usually train in the evenings, although they'll have like a morning and evening session. So if you're an actual professional athlete, and what you currently do is you primarily compete, you're going to be doing morning sessions. During the day, you're going to be doing something productive like going to work or to school, and then you have your evening session. In America, yes, you're usually limited to the 2-3 times per day that your instructor is able to pay for the training space in an MMA gym. And even then, you're limited to 90 minutes, where a Japanese judo session is going to be something more to the effect of the full 2 hours, because they're going to dedicate more time to warm-ups, accessory exercises, technical drilling, and then randori is usually the breakdown that they follow. The Japanese make a very, very big emphasis on warm-ups and technique.
People balance it with work or school, and many start as adults, just for fun, fitness, or curiosity. It's a big cultural difference. In the US, kids often try many different activities and gradually narrow down what they love. But in Japan, once you choose something, you are expected to stick with it, which makes it hard to quit halfway. Next, let's talk about training method. In Japan, practice is all about repetition. Hundreds of uchikomi, long randori, every day 10 sets of 6 minutes. You build instinct through volume. But in America, training is more concept-based. Coaches explain why before you do. You spend more time trying techniques in live drills. And one big...
I kind of disagree with that. The place where I study judo focuses a lot on drilling. Most of the time we spend on the mats is probably just drilling technique, just doing uchikomi.
Surprise! Americans spend a lot of time on grip fighting. In Japan, we almost never did the separate grip fighting drills. We just did it naturally during randori.
So this is interesting. The judo school that I go to when I'm in Florida is run by a Japanese instructor. And all of the guys that, I guess that's probably a product of them existing in the American competitive meta, but they're all very, very aggressive and very meta with their grip fighting, as opposed to like the larger game plan. Interesting.
It's treated like a key skill, but on the other hand, Americans rarely do uchikomi. That was shocking to me. If you know why that is, drop a comment.
For those of you who don't know, so uchikomi is what would be referred to in most American dojos as fits, meaning that you go through the kuzuchi and the zukuri, meaning that you do the initial off-balancing pull, you form the throw, and you stop just short of the final lift into the actual execution. That is uchikomi. And you, when done correctly, you do that at high frequency. You'll do like 10 fits, and on the 10th count, you go through with the entire thing. That way you build up the muscle memory for rapid entry, and then you sort of teach yourself that either on command or on account, the entry is supposed to end with like the full lift, the full throw.
I'd love to hear your thought. Next, the difference in mindset. Japanese judokas value endurance, patience, and toughness. I remember training with an ankle injury, but we weren't allowed to skip practice. Just tap it and keep going. In America, judokas care more about purpose and individuality. They always ask, why are we doing this? Japanese athletes are great at following instruction. American athletes are great at understanding the reason. Next, let's talk about coaching style. In Japan, coaches are strict. You listen, watch, and learn. In the US, it's more of a dialogue. Coaches ask for feedback, and athletes can share their thoughts. That makes teaching more dynamic. I realize conversation builds understanding. In Japan, the method is consistent but less flexible. Next, the attitude when learning, especially in seminars. In Japan, students rarely ask questions, even when they don't understand. In America, they ask a lot, and that's great. It shows curiosity and active learning. As an instructor, I actually enjoy teaching in America more because questions push me to explain deeper and I discover new insights too. In Japan, sometimes I wasn't sure if people really understand because they just stay in silent. On the other hand, in Japan, people often feel a sense of inferiority if they're the only one asking questions, as if they're the only one who doesn't understand. It's part of the culture, and as an instructor, we need to understand that too. Next, let's talk about the promotion system. In Japan, colored belts are only for kids. Once you hit junior high, it's just white or black. You can earn your black belt as early as 14. In the US, colored belts continue for adults too. It's more flexible based on the coach's judgment and your progress. It helps keep motivation high, especially for beginners. Next, the community culture. In Japan, it's very hierarchical. Senpai, like a senior, kohai, like a junior.
Honestly, I really don't like the color belts. Like I've been on the carousel. I'm no longer entertained by it. I'm annoyed. I begrudgingly accepted my judo brown belt recently because I just wanted to tough it out with a white belt and just get my black belt when I qualify. But the instructor basically just hoisted one upon me. He actually threw the brown belt at me like mid-session, just because I'm clearly already teetering on a black belt exam. And he didn't want me to have like the out of being a white belt. So he said, no, this is your rank. Fucking wear the belt. Stop that.
And sensei, like a coach. In America, it's more like a family, flat or friendly. In Japan, senpai can boss you around. In the US, teammates treat you like equals.
Yeah, that's very much a cultural thing. Americans dislike hierarchy. That's just the way it is. We don't so how should I put this? We don't respond well to hierarchies in our social life. And I think that a lot of Americans have an issue because they treat things like training as part of their social life. They don't treat that with the same attitude as, for example, military service, because they're fine with like there being ranks and hierarchies in the military. I approach martial arts training like a military experience because it is essentially derivative of that. I don't think a distrust of social hierarchy is a bad thing. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. I am saying martial in the name. Yeah, well, I mean, some kind of forget about that particular part, but yes, hint is kind of in the name. And I think that a military hierarchy makes sense in that environment. And then it's just an issue of like, because it is a voluntary environment that you involve yourself in, you sort of volunteer into the said rigid hierarchy. You volunteer to participate in it because its goals align with your goals, and it's not like a harsh, brutalizing system. It's not a caste system that you just have to suffer under.
The warm, familiar atmosphere really helps me when I first moved here. Next, let's talk about uniform and equipment. In Japan, it's simple: white or blue, Mizuno or Kusakura.
Kusakura is great. I have a Kusakura gi. It is my absolutely fucking favorite gi for grappling. It is so good. It is so great. It's starting to get that good quality sort of time on the mats wear, where like the outer layer of the lapel starts getting these little fold marks. Like it's starting to settle in just right. I really like it. Whenever you can get a Japanese gi for anything, just go with a Japanese gi. It's going to be just built different. You will have to pay premium for it because you're paying for Japanese labor, but you're getting Japanese quality for it. A lot of people treat non-formal martial arts, MMA, HEMA, etc. as a social experience, just as much as training that comes with it. Listen, more power to them. I've just not found environments like that to be very productive for training purposes. If I'm going to spend 10,000 hours of my time, I would like to spend that time productively, actually learning shit.
In America, almost everyone wears Fuji, and because of BJJ influence, some wear black or colorful gis full of logos. It's cool.
I think so. Yeah, it's because two factors. Fuji, first of all, Fuji is a very solid brand. Like I own a Fuji gi. It's a well-made gi. Like I can't say bad things about it. I think they're made in Pakistan, if I recall correctly. Like I know the founder of Fuji, Travis Stevens. He comes from a judo background. So like he knows his stuff. He's a very meticulous individual, and he's actually done a lot of very good work in terms of making training equipment accessible. Because realistically, not everyone has the ability to drop $300 on a good Japanese gi. And he has done a lot to make good high quality gis accessible for people who want to get into grappling and should not be barred from getting into the sport because it's expensive to get into. So usually you'd need like at least 2 sets of gis that you're going to rotate. The colors and the logos, I don't really care for that. I wear a plain white gi. Like again, I don't need cool shit on my gi to be cool. I think my craft speaks for me significantly louder than any of the fucking boomer tier memes on the shirts that you see people. I don't like the logos. I don't like the fucking quippy graphics. I think it's cringe as hell. I've never actually done hand-to-hand training, if you're being honest. Mix of price and your hard time keeping on weight. Wait, you have a hard time staying above a certain weight, or staying in a specific weight?
BJJ gis has a tighter sleeve though, super hard to grip. And sometimes with judo.
That is actually true. Yeah, that is true. Also, the knarling on the top of the BJJ gi is usually significantly rougher. The knurling, I think, is the correct. Well, never mind. The texture of the BJJ gis is usually significantly more abrasive. So whenever I even do drills with someone who's wearing a BJJ gi, I end up damaging my knuckles while we're grip fighting.
Had more style variations, at least for practice. Next, the purpose behind practicing in judo. In Japan, judo is often part of moral education, discipline, respect, and winning tournaments. In America, people do judo for many reasons: fitness, competition, self-defense, or even to improve BJJ. The diversity makes the mat feel more open.
Well, I would say that the mission statement of modern judo was largely put in place. Again, the Seiryoku Zenyo Jitakyue, all that, the good philosophical core that was set forth by Kano Jigoro, not denying that. I think that a lot of the self-defense and combatives components were sort of swept under the rug in judo in order to avoid being sanctioned by the MacArthur occupation. Because MacArthur went very hard against centers that proliferated militaristic opinions, and surprise, surprise, a lot of them were martial arts styles or martial arts schools. So that's why Kendo suddenly tucked its tail between its legs. Oh, no, we're a sport. See, our rules say player 1 and player 2. We're just play fighting. It is Raikogorfu, but we are Raikogorfu. Please, we're not war criminals. I was not escaping Okinawa during the invasion. Hard time staying above your 6 foot. You're a skinny fuck, and it's a bitch to get up weight. You can be imposing when you keep your weight up. It's a fucking pain. You don't know if you're able to keep it at a level you should should go down. I mean, you're 6 feet and under. Whoa, you're really you're under. I don't mean to laugh, but that's fucking surreal at that height. I am 5'9" and 200 pounds, but to be fair, I'm almost as wide as I am tall, so I'm definitely an outlier. Listen, we can try figuring out your nutrition if you want any help on that aspect. If you're not in the Discord yet, join the Discord. There's a lifting and nutrition channel. I would also probably... He's not debuted yet, so I can't direct you to him. But VTuber Male, I think, is the new guy who's debuting in socks. Just a second, let me grab his handle. So he is an actual certified trainer, so he's better formally educated to give that kind of advice, although his content is going to be along the lines of bodybuilding and general fitness, while most of my training advice is going to be centered around combatives. So again, we have a lot of overlap in our expertise, but then we also have very different objectives set. But go follow him. I think he's debuting soon. But also join the Discord before he does. At your best, when you were bulking, you managed 190. You look great, and you had some med issues that fucked you. Yeah. Listen, we'll figure it out. The thing is, nutrition alone does nothing for you. Our body is very good at being homeostatic. It doesn't like going outside of its like comfortable natural weight and whatnot. So you need to present it with stimuli that will force it to hang on to tissue. Because it's one thing to eat enough. The other thing is, with certain stressors, your body will hang on to things like contractile tissue better. That's why, for example, when people cut weight, it's advised to combine a dietary restriction, a caloric deficit, with physical exercise, preferably with strength training, because that way you're signaling to your body that whatever skeletal muscle you have on you is seeing regular use, and it's actually something that you need in order to survive. So therefore, the body is forced to look for other energy sources in other dormant tissue.
Finally, let's talk about something really interesting. Language. One thing I really love about American Judo is that so many Japanese words are still used. You'll often hear osotogari, kuzushi, or seonage said in Japanese. even by people who don't speak Japanese at all.
The terminology has to be preserved. The things are called what they're called for a reason. If you're going to learn a craft, you learn the fucking terminology.
It's amazing to see Japanese language travel with judo around the world, but sometimes I get a bit unsure because I don't always know whether I should use the Japanese term like hikite or switch into English like a pulling hand. I often wonder which word I actually understand in Japanese, and which ones might need to.
It goes with more than just martial arts. Very true, but it's very specifically with when we talk about martial arts training. It irks me when people go out of their way to remove the original terminology. Thank you for the hydrate, Crispian.
Be said in English to make sense. Another one I hear a lot is kumikata. In Japan, kumikata simply means gripping position or how you hold your opponent. But in America, when people say kumikata, they often mean grip fighting, the act of fighting for the grip itself. That's a bit different from how we use it in Japan. In Japan, kumikata is more about how you grip, not fighting for the grip. So, when someone says, let's do kumikata, I sometimes think they are talking about how you grip, but they actually mean grip fighting practice.
It's an interesting
difference.
difference.
It's not wrong, just different. But it can be confused sometimes. And here's a funny one. The word os. Judokas say it all the time in America. Os when you greet, os when you bow.
I think that might be a Kyokushin carryover. Now that I think about it, I wonder what proliferated in America first. Was it karate largely and Kyokushin more specifically before judo?
Os when you agree. But in Japan, we almost never say os in judo. You might hear it in karate, but not really in judo. So the first time
Os is probably most prevalent in Kyokushin and Kyokushin derived styles. It's probably permeated into other karate styles, and I think it might have to do with the fact that Kyokushin was just so prevalent at some point.
Someone said os to me, I honestly didn't know how to respond. I just smiled and said hi back. So if you say os to Japanese judoka and they don't react, don't worry. They are not being rude. They're just confused. It's one of those fun cultural things that happen when martial arts cross borders. I think it's wonderful that Japanese words like Aiotsu, Uchimata, and Hikide are being used all around the world through judo. Even if the meaning is slightly different, I truly appreciate that Japanese language is being shared globally through the art of judo. I love to keep spread these words and their original meanings, so that more people can understand the spirit behind them. So, which one is better? Honestly, neither. Each has something special. What makes me happy is seeing how much respect America has for Japanese judo. Even though judo is not huge here yet, there are so many people who love it deeply. When I came here, people call me sensei. That respect means a lot. Now, my goal is to share judo in a way that fits this country to help more people feel how amazing it is. Whether you start as a kid or as an adult, judo has something to teach everyone. If you found this interesting, hit the like button,
give this man a like,
subscribe, and tell me in the comment.
I wonder if he has anything else. If he has any instructionals there. It's a oh, he's in Shintaro's dojo. Ah, interesting. That does explain a lot. We need more Japanese instructors in Texas. I'm sorry, I'm struggling over here. I'm a stringent originalist. I prefer the Japanese way of teaching judo largely, most likely because I come from like a very Japan-centric dojo in my beginnings. So that's where my biases are from. But yeah, I would very much like to have more Japanese instructors in in Texas. A lot of them, unfortunately, choose to settle either on the East Coast or the West Coast. That's because the larger Japanese populations are there. All right, let's how to throw using your
Haven't
opponent's
felt
reactions.
frustrated because your favorite throw doesn't work anymore? In drills, it looks perfect, but the moment you try randori or real match, your opponent broke it every single time. You step in for your throw, and they already know what's coming. It's not because your technique is bad. It's because you are trying to throw without understanding how your opponent reacts. In judo, reaction is everything. Once you learn to read,
Replace the Indians with Japanese, watch Texas get 10 times better. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. There are a lot of Japanese in Austin. Like, admittedly, there are quite a few of them. A lot of Koreans, a lot of Japanese. If they were to completely replace the Indians, yes, I think that would be a net positive.
and use it.
Oh, Alexius, hey there, man. How are you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. What were you doing? The intel officer is done compiling data? Oh, God, why? Why? Why, Alexius? Why? Hey there, Fal. I hear a rumbling. Playing Skyrim? My condolences. How modded is your Skyrim? I hear there's some kerfuffle in the land of Linux. Something called Rust is being hoisted upon you, and I guess it makes Linux work even less than that already doesn't work. Vanilla? Oh boy. Oh, you poor soul. But welcome everybody. Listen, Fal and Alexius know who I am. I don't think it makes sense for me to go through my spiel. Welcome, welcome. Make yourselves at home. If you have to raid and run, feel free to do so. I understand the post-raid rituals are important to be observed.
Your throw becomes unstoppable. Every judoka has a favorite throw. Uchimata, Osotogari, maybe Seoinage. It's the one technique you feel most confident with, the one you always go back to. But no matter how many times you practice it, it doesn't always work.
Kinda hungry? No, that's alright, man.
Because judo is not
Go
like
eat, go
kata. Your opponent is alive, moving, resisting, reacting. When I was younger, and even now, my favorite throw is Uchimata. I use it all the time and people start to study it. They watch my movement, my timing, even how I lift my leg. And then they begin blocking it perfectly. I try to force it and I end up getting countered. That's when I realized something. To make your favorite throw work, you need another throw that works with it. So in today's video, I'll show you how to use your opponent's reaction.
Yeah, combinations are still magic to me.
To build a small, powerful system around your favorite throw. By the end, you'll understand how to read reaction and throw smarter and more harder. Most people think, if I just practice my Uchimata or Osotogari more, it will eventually work. But in randori, your opponent isn't standing still. They're reading your body, your rhythm, your setup. They're reacting the moment you move. That's why no matter how clean your technique looks in drills, it will land if your opponent is already reacting correctly. So instead of focusing only on the throw itself, you need to start focusing on the reaction your movement creates. Your goal is to provoke the reaction and then capitalize on it. Let me give you a concrete example. My main throw is Uchimata. Every time I lift my right leg, most opponents bend their knee and drop their weight, trying to block my leg from entering between theirs. That's a natural defensive reaction. But here's what I realized. When they bend their leg, they shift their weight backward, and the front of their foot becomes light. That's my signal. They're ready to defend Uchimata, but they're completely open for their Ashibarai. So instead of focusing Uchimata into their defense, I simply switch and sweep their foot backward. Now, if my opponent doesn't bend their leg, and they don't react, that means the space between their legs is open. That's when I go straight for Uchimata. See how it works? You're not deciding the throw before you move. You're deciding after you see the reaction.
I still need to work on that. I'm very bad at eliciting reactions and capitalizing on them, because like I still watch to see what happens as opposed to trying to pick up on reactions proprioceptively.
What separates average judoka from great judoka? The best judokas don't guess, they see. So how do you build this skill? You need to practice reaction-based drills. Next time you do uchikomi, don't just repeat your throw blindly. Instead, make your first movement, like lifting your leg for Uchimata, and pay attention. What does your partner do? Do they bend their leg? Do they shift weight? Do they lean forward? From there, respond instantly with the correct option. If they broke your Uchimata by bending, go to the Ashibarai. If they don't react, go for Uchimata. If they lean forward, maybe switch to Tani Otoshi. Here's a simple drill. Set a timer for 1 minute. Your partner's job is to randomly give different reaction, bend, stay natural, or lean. Your job is to react instantly with the correct throw. Repeat this every session. Soon, it becomes instinct. You stop forcing throws that don't fit, and start choosing the one the opponent gives you. It's not just about Uchimata. Try this with your own favorite throw. If you like a seonage and your opponent...
See, the problem is that my favorite combinations are not tournament legal, because my favorite combination is Ippon Soi into... God, what is that hold called? Udegarami. Ude Hishigi, excuse me. Into... Kibisogaeshi, basically. I'm not explaining anything. That's the let's show not tell. All right, let's see. Kibisugaeshi. If that's the correct one I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, it is that one. But you do that off of feinting a shoulder throw. Ippon Soi Nage. So basically the combination is you would go for this, get resistance, bail through the throw, and then go for a leg pick instead while maintaining the sleeve.
Defend by pulling their hip back. Kochigari might work perfectly. If you like Osotogari and your opponents avoid by stepping back, Ouchigari could be the answer. Explore different actions and discover what works best for you. Once you start training this way, you realize that judo is not about correcting more techniques. It's about understanding situations. You don't need 20 different throws. You need 1 or 2 strong ones and another technique that works when your opponents react. Top-level judoka like Maruyama and Ono do the...
That's very meta-specific. I feel like that's very very sporty as a tactic. I think that you should be competent with capitalizing on different situations with the most appropriate technique.
same. They always have follow-up option based.
Again, I say that as someone who focuses on self-defense combatives, not sporting combatives.
On reaction.
Ah, very nice, Tomoya.
When the opponent defends their Uchimata, they switch to Tomoe-nage or another counter technique. That's how they stay one step ahead. You can do the same. Start by choosing one favorite throw, study how your opponent reacts, and then create 1 or 2 follow-up throws that directly use the reaction. That's your personal throwing system. Once you have it, your attack will always feel one step ahead. Even when your opponent knows what's coming, they can't stop it because you're using their own movement against them. Next time you practice, don't just do 100 uchikomi. Try this. Focus on 1 throw, 1 fake, and 1 reaction. Study how your opponents move. Build your own reaction-based combo. If you do this, your judo will feel completely different. You stop fighting against your opponents and start fighting with their reaction. If this
I will hopefully be able to do some reps tomorrow. It depends on the shape that my back is going to be in. Let's see. This. Let me go for this one. I've started watching this video today. We need to have our obligatory James Reeves reaction.
The 5 worst handguns to get for beginners. I'm going to make some picks that hopefully are going to challenge you, maybe even add a little bit of value. I've been shooting all my life. I've owned 2 gun stores and a range. I've been a Louisiana State Police certified instructor since 2012. I've written for the Firearm blog for about as long. I am a Thunder Ranch adjunct instructor, U.S. Law Shield independent program attorney for Louisiana and Mississippi. So I get to talk to members and clients who use their handguns in defensive shootings or get them taken by police. So I get a sneak peek at what guns they pick. I've got a pretty good idea of the mistakes that people make when they buy their first handgun. So let's go through this list. We're not going to do low-hanging fruit. Don't buy a Japanese Nambu pistol that goes off if you squeeze the slide too hard. Don't buy a Desert Eagle in 50 cal as your first handgun. Don't buy a Derringer.
Okay, maybe, yeah, not as your first handgun, definitely.
No shit. I've known people who own like 100+ guns and have never even shot a Derringer. Who's even...
I mean, who the fuck would want to shoot a Derringer realistically?
Buying a Derringer, period, much less as their first gun. And we're going with this one because it's actually pretty common, unlike those other guns I just mentioned. No shotgun revolvers. Cut that shit out. No Taurus Judge, Smith & Wesson Governor, Walther, Speaker of the House, whatever the fuck. These guns are just as dumb as their names. They typically shoot 45 long Colt, and I swear to God, I'm going to ban your pedantic ass if you correct me on saying long Colt, or 410 shotgun shells. They do both. Poorly. If you want something that can shoot 45 Colt and
if you want to shoot shells, just get a slug thrower. Just be a normal person and get a shotgun.
For some reason you feel like that has
people who say the words Taurus Judge unironically make you want to burn them alive. Listen, they're very likely Brazilian. I think that's punishment enough.
To be your first gun, weird choice. But I would just get like a dedicated 45 Colt revolver. Not a great pick for a first gun, but for example, Ruger Red Hawk and 45 ACP / 45 Colt shoots both. Way better gun, excellent revolver by any measure. And if that just tickled your plums, regular viewers, go look at my old review video of that. It was actually pretty rad.
I don't know. Revolvers are cool in principle. I don't see myself paying money for a revolver in like the next 3 years at the very least, because I just have better guns to buy in the interim. Like, I still need to buy an HK-VP9. Wife still needs a new carry gun. I'd sooner drop money on a Mark 18 before I go and buy a revolver.
I hate that I did.
I'd sooner buy a Mark 23 than I would buy a revolver.
Use my rider discount to buy it. Whenever I was done with that review.
You love revolvers. They're neat, but there are many things higher on. Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing. Like, again, I need a suppressor for my primary. I would like a Mark 18 that goes fast. Yeah, I know that the Atrius Super Safety works in Mark 18s. What else? Well, Can and Mark 18 are kind of top of the list right now. I need to finish building my DMR, which means I need an upper and I need glass for that thing. So lots of things that are just kind of higher priorities. You've seen the Mark 18 go fast. It's amazing. Listen, I've shot a proper select fire Mark 18. It's really riding the lightning. As much as a Python farms ARG, I'd rather have a lever action and 357 Magnum. I'd rather just have a practical gun.
Review. But James, it also shoots 410. Okay.
Like, if I'm going to get a ridiculous revolver, then yeah, I would just get a Smith & Wesson 500. Because that's the point of the exercise of that form. It's supposed to be stupid and impractical.
410 slugs. What does that get you versus 45 Colt? Nothing. It also shoots buckshot. What does that get you? Also nothing. It's been shown that 410 buckshot, because of its linear alignment, like it's all in a line, it compresses the shot in front of it, so you end up shooting deformed, flattened lead discs instead of actual buckshot. But what about birdshot? Look, there's some value to all the guns on this list. If you're some kind of agoraphobe, living on a rattlesnake den in hellhole West Texas, and the only thing you're looking for in a gun is something to protect yourself from snakes on the ranch and to shoot the pallet of 410 you inherited from your prepper uncle, and you could only afford to buy one gun.
It's interesting that his B-roll of choice for that scenario is Hop.
By all means, I guess, sounds like your gun. Go buy yourself a Ruger Clerk of the Court 410-45. I'm not telling you to not buy these guns ever. I'm just telling you it's a
What did James Reeves mean by this?
bad idea for your first gun. Number 4, regular viewers, you know, is the controversy slot, because you don't put an arguably good idea at the number 1 worst, but you certainly don't lead into the video with a popular option like cheap guns. There, I said it, cheap guns.
Yeah, never.
Regular viewers expecting me to say this at some point because you all think I'm a gun snob. That may be true, but let me make my case here.
I'm sorry, guns are very much the case where you need to... Guns are the subject that are the best way, and God damn it, I'm not putting this into words well. Guns are the prime example where pay once, cry never is the rule to go by. Don't buy 1,000 piece of shit guns. Like, don't build a collection of 1,000 shit sticks that barely work. And I've seen people dead ass advocate for that. Buy one gun per role that you need. And that's going to be a significantly better investment for you. Like, I have a PDW rifle, and I have a concealed carry handgun, and I have a shotgun. Well, okay, fine. I have 2 shotguns, but the other one I got for free, so that doesn't count. And I have a full-sized handgun. And all of those are like proper, respectable brands. Depends what I define as cheap. A higher-end PSA or a Glock could be considered cheap, but a Turkish stick or a Taurus, hell no. Yeah, exactly. Ruger is affordable and good quality. Ruger is about to get its entire ass blown out, courtesy of Glock. That actually reminds me of the other thing that I wanted to watch. Thank you for reminding me, Seku. The thing is, I would say Glocks... I would say the free shotgun is the bathroom gun. I would be concerned. Well, I guess I could put it into like a vacuum sealed bag. Actually, it's the free shotgun is a Mossberg 590 Shockwave. So right now it's my breaching shotgun. It's the secondary that hangs off my plate carrier. But you do drive a hard deal. I would more likely need a bathroom gun than I would a breaching shotgun, realistically. And in order to insulate it from humidity, I would probably just put it into a vacuum sealed plastic bag and call it a day. Just have some kind of fast release mechanism for it. I have a soft spot for Ruger. That's because you grew up training on a Mini 14. That's understandable. I think that's where my unhealthy obsession with Benelli comes from, because the first real gun I ever handled was a Benelli M3 Super 90. That kind of that's kind of ruined cheap guns for me forever. It was a very unfair thing for Dad to do to me. Here, son, here's this police edition short-barreled Italian shotgun. He's basically inoculated me from ever even attempting to like a Turkish shotgun ever. Damn, game was rigged from the start. But my point is, I think Glocks are as cheap as you should go. With an understanding, the Glocks are really not cheap guns in the sense that they're well made, the QC is consistent, they still cost like a respectable amount of money. The first real gun you ever handled was a P320. Oh boy. Let's hope you didn't have to appendix carry it. Turkish shotguns, that's one way to paint a garage ceiling. Yeah, pretty much. It's the only thing they're good for, and even then they may have a misfire. But the point I was making, Glocks are they're not cheap guns, they're duty guns. Meaning they're built to outlive you. and they come with very good QC. But if you're any kind of sophisticated shooter, you're still going to spend money to continue building the Glock out, because what you're really buying when you pay for a Glock, you're not really buying the Austrian polymer brick itself with all of its flaws and benefits. You're buying a platform that's very widely supported by pretty much every gun accessory company under the sun, in order to enable you to build it to your specific use case. I had something similar. First gun you shot was a Leo trade-in. HK USP, nice. Glock is cheap for what you get, but it's not cheap. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like my 19X that I'm fiddling with right now. It's a $700 gun. I can't say that $700 is cheap for anything. Are there more expensive handguns? Yes. Do a lot of these handguns not really do anything different from the Glock? Also, yes. Like if I look at P320s, for example, outside of the fact that they, you know, could be randomly made of parts mimed in India and have a risk of just going off in your holster, if we gloss over that for a moment, the fuck kind of P320 can I get for just under, well, actually, yeah, I paid just under $700 for this one because it was on sale. And I got suppressor height sights, flared magwell, threaded marksman barrel, and 3 extended magazines, and back straps. And you know what? The trigger, I've been dry firing it just all of the time. It's my fiddle gun at my desk right now. Like, as I broke the trigger in, the creep the creep of the trigger is actually not that bad. Like, there's barely any take up realistically. Like, let's try to measure that real quick. Like, before I hit the wall, it's like a third of an inch in pre-travel. And I roll over the wall pretty easily. Like, at this point, I would say that I don't even really need a trigger replacement because it's a good enough trigger. I would probably want to replace the trigger shoe just because I like flat face triggers. Well, that's about all I would change. Because it's a duty rated trigger. But then again, like, I get a lot for the money. I get a lot for less than $700. We try to compare that to a P320. There is no shot in hell I'm getting like, I can get a basic bitch P320 for the same money. Well, fine. At this point in the secondary market, I can buy an X Macro Legion for like $600. But the downside is I would have to carry a P320. So that's probably a bad example. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. But I get so much for the cash that anything that's going to be materially different than a Glock is just going to be so much more expensive. Like, let's try to imagine a better gun, like a materially better gun for the money. Let's go. Like, a double stack 2011. Good luck finding one for less than $1,000. And you're not going to have even nearly the same reliability. Oh, your training ammo is Winchester White Box? Well, tough shit. Because your 2011 just doesn't cycle it. You have an HK VP9? Fantastic gun. You're paying $200 extra for half of the feature set. Because if you want the threaded barrel, if you want the suppressor height sights, yeah, guess what? You're paying $800 to $900 for that gun now. You're getting an HK out of it, yeah, sure. It's also not going to shoot the shit ammo that you try to feed it. And that's pretty much it. And at the end of the day, it's easier to find accessories for the Glock. Like, again, being the gun hipster that I am, I got a Glock 19X. I've managed to find the only Glock model that actually doesn't have good aftermarket support for magwells because the grip is of a funny shape. But even then, there are still magwells for it. There are still back straps for it. There are triggers for it. There's shit for every part of the gun in case it doesn't work specifically for me. Ruger Max 9 is great. If you don't mind missing out on the rebuild, if you don't mind missing on rebuilding the entire gun, going for less than 300. See, again, I wouldn't trust a $300 gun with anything. That's my issue with, for example, Canics. People say, "Oh yeah, the trigger on the Canic is just feel that trigger. It's the best trigger in a striker fired gun. It's just so good." Outside of the fact that you actually need to file down parts to get it to that like just right trigger pull when it's not going to ND into your balls when you're inside the waistband carrying it, and it's also not going to light strike on a primer. I'm sorry, that's not a carry gun. It's a good gun if you need to build out a race gun, because the penalty for failure is you fumbling a stage. The price of failure on a carry gun is fucking death. So that is why, for the foreseeable future, I will be carrying my Glock 43X with all stock internals, with some hockey tape on the grip to accommodate my larger hands, and a Vortex red dot. That's it. Well, okay, and I have nicer steel sights on it. Yeah, carry guns are not things that you take chances with. I'm definitely not willing to roll the dice on a Turkish fucking anything. I'm sorry, I want the gun that my life relies on better be fucking made by war criminals. Preferably German or Austrian ones. You understand the hesitation, but the price tag is more a matter of domestic production and distribution. Big if true. Big if true. I also prefer companies that have not gone through violent bankruptcies and repossessions.
Your first gun is crucial. Here's why. Number one, you're probably going to learn the fundamentals of a handgun, which is the most challenging.
Okay, here's a different metric. The gun that I'm going to rely on for my life better be adopted by at least one first world military. There you go. Like if this gun has to be onboarded by an effective fighting force. Not the entire military. It could be soft guys. Like it could be some super secret high speed shit. I don't care. It has to be onboarded by people who have gone to places that I'm not supposed to know about and just collected scalps and done so effectively. That's why I trust Glocks. Glocks work. Glocks are duty guns, and they're built to be idiot proof, which means that they're going to work despite me not knowing correct maintenance cycles. For example, recently, when I removed my MOS plate, I've discovered that the space underneath my MOS plate has actually rusted quite significantly. With the rust and grime actually getting into the space where the ejector sits inside of the slide because for some reason the slide mounts are drilled all the way into the internals. I did not know that I am supposed to service that part of the gun. And if it was a more sensitive gun, if it was like a 2011 type gun, it would have probably failed on me at some point. The only reason I discovered that and was alerted to the fact that, oh, I actually have to take a cloth with some rubbing alcohol and actually rub it down and clean that part of the gun too, was because I cracked it open and saw that, hey, this shit is rusting.
Of all firearms to shoot on this gun, think of it like your golf swing. Do you want to look like Charles Barkley? If you go out there all willy-nilly without doing any research or getting any instruction and with shitty equipment, there's a good chance you're going to develop bad habits. They're going to take even longer to break than they took to develop learning how to do it the right way. I'm not saying that you can't learn decent fundamentals on a cheap gun. Not at all. I'm just saying that it's going to be easier for you to build confidence with a gun that's easy to use, that runs well, and we're not talking about a lot of money. You can spend as little as $300.
You're not saying that Glocks aren't bad, you just appreciate Ruger makes high-end fancy stuff as well as working man's affordable guns. What I'm going to say will sound very poor phobic, and it's partially intended as such. But if you can't scrounge together $500 for a trade-in Glock, you probably shouldn't own firearms in the first place. Because your life is obviously in fucking shambles. And you can take that statement to the fucking bank.
$100 on a good budget, compact or full-size 9mm, have something reliable and fun to shoot. Are you going to win any matches with it? Obviously not. But are you going to hate it?
Let me put it that way. If you can't scrounge together the amount of money your average EBT queen spends on her nails to buy a gun that's going to save your life, then you are not participating in life seriously enough. There you go.
It's one less variable to worry about when you're developing your skills. Related to that, your confidence. If you're taking out a
speaking of Ruger
gun that you hate to shoot and that you shoot poorly, how frequently do you think you're going to get to the range? How often do you think you're going to make sure that that gun is properly...
Oh god, someone got into a fight with me over fucking Kel-Tec today. Seko, I think you were there for a part of that conversation.
...maintained, or familiarize yourself with the mechanics or with the ammunition? You know the answer as well as I do. If you get something reliable and fun to shoot, it's going to push you to go to the range a little bit more frequently. You're going to be more interested.
I am still kicking myself for missing out and not buying a Glock COA while they were on the market. That is... The Glock 19 COA is probably the best gun that you just can't get anymore, man. Like seriously, for $900 MSRP, you basically just get an aimpoint optic with a free gun. You showed up on the Mossberg part of the conversation. Basically, I posted a link to a sale on Beretta 1301s. It was like a deal for it was a 1301 for I think like $1,200, which is a steal for a solid Italian semi-auto shotgun. It was, again, not to speak ill of people who are not here, but the conversation did take place in public. So he was like, "Oh, you could, that's all gimmicks, Sonny. You can do just as well with a Kel-Tec or a Mossberg 590." Like, no, you can't. Pretending that a Mossberg pub approaches the quality with 1301 is actually crazy town. It is. Like, oh, I'm gonna rack the action of this 590 and they'll know not to fuck with me. Like, that's great. I'm actually a big opponent of telegraphing your location and the fact that you have a firearm to people who have already broken into your domicile. Maybe I want to be a little bit more discreet, just flip the safety off and then let her rip. Well, in the case of a shotgun, if I were to stage one for home defense, I would have it cruiser ready, which means I don't have one in the tube. In which case, yes, I would still run the action, but significantly less in terms of sound signature. And if I'm going to run a shotgun, I wanted to be able to cut a man in half with buckshot before the first shell hits the floor. A 1301 can do that. No way in fucking hell will anyone be able to do that with a pump shotgun. There is no way that you can run a pump as fast as the cyclic rate of a semi-auto Italian shotgun, be it a Beretta or the Benelli, while staying on target. It is a physical impossibility. Please get the fuck out of here with that fudlore. Just rack your shotgun once, and they'll go running. Again, You also need to very severely underestimate the mindset of the modern criminal who's willing to perpetrate a break-in, especially in Texas. Like, if someone is batshit insane and determined enough to do a house burglary in Texas, I don't think racking Grandpappy's trench gun is going to do much. You're definitely going to have to wash some fucking brain matter off the walls. Autoloaders are better than repeaters. Shocking news. You don't hate on budget options. You're not going to deny the quality of expensive guns when they're actually good. You're talking shit about Kimber all day. Well, here's the thing. Like, it's not even the disparity in quality. Like, again, I have a Mossberg shotgun. It's a fine shit stick. It's because it's a shockwave. It's not good for much other than shooting doors off. That's pretty much all it's good for. And if we're going from a utilitarian perspective, you're much better off buying a Beretta 1301, which, again, $1,000 for a semi-auto shotgun with essentially Benelli internals will give you a lot more bang for your buck than trying to build out a shit stick into something survivable. 2 blasts into the air, Alzheimer's man who sat in the White House for a while. Yeah, 2 shots out of a double-barreled shotgun. So not only are you actually committing a felony by having a negligent discharge into the air, recklessly endangering people, you're also unloading your entire capacity into the air and effectively disarming yourself. Like, the purpose of the exercise there, Seku, isn't that, like, budget guns don't have a place to exist. Listen, I love me a 590. They're fine sticks to shoot, very fun. Once the tax stamp is dropped, I'm gonna probably just Form 4 my Shockwave and give it a Magpul stock. But the assignment wasn't that. The assignment was, you can pay significantly less than MSRP for a gun that's great.
In the subject. Occasionally, I'm wrong. You could buy the cheap gun and you could have a great time with it, and you decide to step up. But what's the first thing you do? You sell that first gun you bought, the cheap one, at a loss, and then you buy yourself something that you read about on a forum or you saw on YouTube, which are both excellent, shitty resources, but what you should have gotten to begin with. So let's use some logic here. You're either going to buy your first gun and you're going to hate it, and the only gun that you ever own is going to be one that you never learn how to use or shoot properly. It could be unreliable as well, or you're going to love shooting it and you're going to get rid of that first gun. You're going to get something better like almost immediately. In other words, in either scenario, cheap gun, probably not a good idea.
That's why I direct people to get a Glock 19. Like, when in doubt, if you don't know what you like, if you don't know what kind of gun to get, if you're just hard stuck in choice paralysis, and the modern gun scene is very good at eliciting choice paralysis. Like, I lost sleep over which Gen 5 gun to panic buy when they have announced the discontinuation, but that's besides the point. That's why I say get a Glock 19. Why a Glock 19? Because a Glock 19 is going to, A, perform reliably. It's going to do everything you want a handgun to do. Will also expose any training deficits you have. And it will also show you where the gun is lacking for your needs. The 19 is just the default pistol in the world. Yeah, because you can concealed carry it in most cases. If you want to open carry it, you can also do that because the grip is sort of large-ish enough. It's close enough to a full-sized grip. It shoots reasonably accurately at realistic ranges where you may need to use a gun. And again, it's idiot-proof in terms of maintenance, because if you're a new gun owner, you're just not going to have the diligence of properly cleaning and maintaining your carry gun, which is different from your safe queens. For example, the Benelli is a range toy, just because I don't trust myself to feed it in a high-stress situation. Like, I still fumble shells off the carrier, even like on a flat range. So definitely no way in fucking hell am I even ever aspiring to use that for home defense in my current state. besides the point. It's a range queen. It doesn't need to be babied and cleaned out. It sits there. I'll take it to the range. I'll force feed it a box of fucking white box buckshot. Not buckshot because we were shooting steel. What did I feed it? Winchester white box target loads. The fucking store owner told me it's not gonna cycle. Nah, I chewed through them. But the point is, I didn't clean that shit once. It's because it doesn't really get exposed to the elements at all, realistically. Outside of the fact that the gas system is self-cleaning, it just doesn't really need that much anal maintenance. My carry gun, that gets cleaned and re-lubed, depending on the season, once in 3 weeks during the hotter time of the year, which in Texas is like 9 months out of the year. Little bit less frequently when it gets a little colder, just because I don't sweat as much. And just on top of that maintenance cycle, every 1,000 rounds, it gets re-cleaned. And I check things like ejector wear and shit like that. Because that gun actually gets exposed to stuff. Mostly it gets exposed to me. And like carry guns are just exposed to the elements more, and you need to learn how to service a weapon like that before you move on to anything more advanced. I really wish you'd paid extra $200 for the Hunter variant of the Super Black Hockey Bot. Still your favorite gun, but the Hunter design looks nicer and slightly heavier. Feel for the classic look meme. You clean your Max 9 and LCP2 once a month. Clean everything after the range day. Again, only the carry. Again, the Glock doesn't really need to be cleaned that much. Because Glock. If it were, for example, an HK, yeah, I can see that. Like if I burn through like 200-300 rounds on an HK, I'm probably gonna, at the very least, give it a once over with some solvent. Like I'm gonna field strip clean it and re-lube it back up. I've yet to clean my MCX once though, despite it being my home defense rifle. It doesn't see a lot of rounds through it, and the short stroke gas piston system. Like I rolled extremely good odds on the QC gotcha with SIG. When I got my MCX, it's like one of the good ones. I've definitely rolled an SSR on that particular rifle. No Indian hands touched my rifle. It's still made in New Hampshire.
If it's all you can afford, sure. Although I think that saving up and spending just a little bit.
But yeah, the earlier point I was making, a Glock 19 is the best entry level gun because you will either learn things that will make you shoot better with that gun, or you will learn enough to know what you don't like about Glocks, and then your next purchase is going to be informed by sort of your unique circumstances, and you're just going to buy the thing that is more suited specifically to you. And you will do that for the very low entry price, or relatively low entry price of $600. And it's a Glock. It still has resale value. Even if it's relatively shot out, like however long it took you to figure out that, oh, fuck, you just can't deal with the Glock grip angle, so you're going to buy yourself an FN. You can still sell that Glock 19 for like $300, which means you just need to add another 400, and there you go. You have an FN 509.
Bit more, and even like a trade-in Smith & Wesson M&P or a Glock is probably the better idea. I urge you to check out my oldest son, Hop Ignatius Reeves, his channel on YouTube. He goes over a lot of cheap shit that I threw him out of the house for having under his bed on that channel. I wish he was just like a pansexual furry, like everyone else's age, instead of a Spanish military surplus handgun enthusiast. But the Lord works in mysterious ways, and I'm sad that Hop will never see the kingdom of heaven. Number 3. And
God damn. Why is Hop catching strays all of a sudden? Like, none of it is wrong, but damn, James, you can't just say that.
this one's a little controversial too. anything not a 22, not a 9mm, or asterisk a 380. I just don't see the point. Why these three calibers? Well, 9mm, hands down the most popular caliber in America. It's used by the FBI, it's used by the military, it's used by most law enforcement agencies. If you're watching this video, you're getting a sneak preview of some content I'm about to run from the FBI. The section chief of ballistic research at the FBI told me on camera that 9mm in 2025 is just as effective as
This is in fact just a hop bullying video in disguise.
40 while being cheaper, lighter recoiling, and greater capacity. No, you're not the chosen one who can see the 9mm conspiracy, recognize the superiority of whatever your pet caliber is, and that's why 9mm sucks. This is a reality check for you. Get help. Well,
yes, a tropa.
what about 22? Well, they've got virtually no recoil. They're super cheap. Are they great for personal defense? Absolutely not. But you can learn your fundamentals. You can get into shooting. You'll probably keep your 22 forever, especially when you step up to a center fire. When you learn how fun these are to shoot suppressed, you can get good range practice for cheap. If you can afford two guns, I would say get a 22 and a 9 before dropping like 900, $1,000 on one 9mm. Now, I've got 380 here as a footnote. If you can't handle a 9mm and you can only afford to buy one gun and you need
Then you die.
something for concealed carry or personal defense, here's your answer. You've got larger 380s like the Hellcat 380, the Beretta 80X, Smith & Wesson, that Shield EZ 380. My mom has one, she loves it. You can even get one.
Okay, see, now I feel bad for saying that.
The older 380 Beretta Cheetahs that are being sold in the surplus market right now. I love those. Not to break one of my own rules from this list, but the
The olive oil and macaroni.
original High Point 380 is massive, so it's got virtually no recoil, but it's still reliable, it's still cheap, and the trigger's actually not even awful. Modern 380 is still effective enough. If you're after a do-it-all pistol for personal defense, fun on the range, I'd say a larger...
I hate that Shield EZ, but it really is perfect for old ladies. That's true. I view all guns from the perspective of me, someone who hurts people for fun. A larger 380 can work, but even at your size, you can handle 9 and 40 cal. Who the fuck can't handle 9mm other than grandma? I think it's just grandma, realistically. Like, Oni wife is generally small statured. Like, just so you understand, a Glock 43X is an uncomfortably large grip for her. She still handles the recoil of 9mm just fine. It's, for the vast majority of people who don't have crippling arthritis, it's just a training deficit.
Frame 380. And on that note, we should really get into number 2 because they're a little interrelated. Number 2, micro compact 380s, Ruger LCPs, Keltec P380s, Smith & Wesson bodyguards, you name it. Really tiny 380 handguns. Should you own them? Sure. If you can concealed carry, there's no reason to not own one of these guns. They're typically inexpensive, reliable, marginally effective. Great if you just need a backup gun or something to slide into your pocket going into a low-risk situation like walking the dog or walking a couple blocks to the bodega for a sixer before Saints kickoff or church.
I disagree with that logic. I think that you need to have your primary concealed carry gun, and you carry that gun into situations where you need to be armed. Like like having guns for every social situation, like a pair of fucking Swiss watches, is excessive, and it introduces conflicting muscle memory into the equation. Like, I have my 2 Glocks. It's the same grip angle. The handshake is going to be a little bit different between the two, but it's essentially the same gun. I tend to follow the Clint Smith line of thinking when it comes to backup gun. I don't remember St. Clint's statement on backup guns, so feel free to share that. Only got a 380 to get something teeny tiny. Definitely not a shit hits the fan gun. I treat An everyday gun. Ugh, can you not just okay? Let's see.
Carry a gun. This is my backup gun. Really? A backup gun. Okay, so here's the thought. If you take this big fucking gun out and it takes a shit, okay, and you need a second gun, why would you draw a second gun that's smaller than the first gun? That's like having Ken in the fight and shit goes south and you get fucking Barbie out. When you get the second gun should be as big, if not bigger than the first fucking gun that you had. The second gun should come out with a set of wheels. Okay? What the fuck is up with this? Oh, this is my bug gun. Bug? Now, if you had a Tyrannosaurus Rex that jumped out of your holster, and that bitch ran down range and bit the fucking guy's head off and drug the meat back and threw him on the fucking ground, the guy goes, well, you know, if I carry a second gun and it's big, it's uncomfortable. When the fuck did comfort come into carrying a gun and saving your life?
Mm-hmm. Whenever I hear someone say, oh, but X is uncomfortable in the context of carrying a gun, I just want to punch them in the mouth. Holy shit, can you not just be a bitch? It is a weapon. I'm sorry, we are not naturally designed to carry an implement of war on us. It means you have to train and dress around doing that. It means that you need to be intelligent about the way you do that. Oh, but I'm too fat to do that. Then put down the fucking fork. Ugh. If my fucking size 32 ass can concealed carry a Glock and not print, and so can you. He is right. I mean, Clint Smith is always right. It's just invariably so.
They're not bad guns.
But yeah, my approach to like the everyday gun, it needs to be consistent. Like it is identical to a sword. Like if I were to carry a sword, I would carry one sword. It is my one sword. I do everything with that sword. I train my weapon arts with that sword, and I know that I can clean a motherfucker, and I can cleave a motherfucker's wrist clean off with the exact practice mechanical movement that I have as my primary movement pattern. Same goes for the gun. The gun that is with me, if something should happen, is my Glock 43X. If I am going about my day not bothering anyone, I know that the thing that is going to end up in my arms, in my hands rather, is my 43X with the exact grip texture that I have made out of hockey tape, with the exact grip angle of the fucking Glock magazine, with the exact green dot that I put it, where I know where my sight picture is, and I know how my modified handshake is coming up. These things are supposed to be innate, almost involuntary movements if I am to survive a violent encounter. And that means that I need to exclude as many variables as possible from that situation. Same thing actually applies to my rifle as well. Out of all long guns, I spend the most time with my MCX, and the MCX is the only rifle that is my home defense rifle. Because I need to know that my mechanical instinct is to grab long rifle, flip on the EOTech, flip the safety off, C-clamp, get ready to blast the light to PID targets. Like, I need to be able to wake up from a dead sleep, be not fully there, and still be able to operate that manual of arms. Learn to close the food vacuum you call a mouth. Funny I mentioned that. You point out that guns aren't natural, which is why proper shooting feels uncomfortable and unnatural when you're teaching. I had a full fight that I had got into with Onii wife trying to explain those things. Like, I'm sorry, not everything is fixable with equipment. Not everything is an equipment problem. A polymer brick that has an explosion happen inside of it at arm's length from your face is always going to elicit some kind of reaction from you, which incidentally is going to be dip low left. But you need to overcome, because it is effectively a training deficit, because you have to train through those innate reactions before you get to modifying equipment to accommodate you. It's a whole thing. Can you tell that I've been instructing adults in weapon arts for quite a while?
They're just inherently restricted by their size. I wouldn't tell someone to get like a 600cc crotch rocket as their first vehicle, just like I wouldn't tell anyone to get a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard as their first gun. Eventually, as a second gun, sure. They're reliable enough, but they're not going to be as reliable as their larger counterparts, especially if you neglect maintenance, which you're more apt to do with your first gun.
Did I say that just now multiple times?
Manipulations with these smaller guns, it's a little bit more difficult. They're not optimal for learning the fundamentals on how to operate a gun and shoot it and build confidence. If you need a small gun, get a micro compact 9mm. If you need a small gun and 9mm is too much for you, look at those 380s I just mentioned that are larger 380s jammed like into 9mm frames. We're talking 380s being released in compact and subcompact chassis like those from Glock, Springfield Sig, Walther, Beretta.
I'd say anything that's smaller than a subcompact just stops being a practical gun.
You'll get something that's only marginally harder to conceal, still functional, easier to shoot effectively. Number one, I said I wasn't going to touch low-hanging fruit, but here we are a second time. If you are an experienced shooter watching this video, I'm pretty sure you already know what I'm going to say. So go ahead, pause the video right now, lock in your guess in the comments.
1911. I'm gonna guess 1911 or 2011.
Comments. This
Oni Dojo. What's your bet? What do you think James Reeves has as a fifth? Or that's rather a number one spot, I guess. 2011s. I did not pre-watch the video. I started and then I decided it's going to be better stream viewing. 2011 going once? Vodka? What? That's a gun? I'm not aware of that. I was assumed it was a beverage that disproportionately contributes to the amount of dysgenic people on the former Soviet Union, but go on. Yeah, what he had as a fifth. Ah, I see what you did there. Golf clap, golf clap. No. He's not covering budget guns. He's not covering budget guns, Seku. He's covering guns for beginners. He's already covered budget guns. All right, 2011s. 2011's going once. 2011's going twice. Sold to 2011s. Well, 19. It's the same thing. It's the same platform. One is a single stack. One is a double stack. That's not a separate answer. Okay. I think everyone is unanimously says the the Browning tilting barrel.
This one's pretty obvious because I see it a lot. Almost every single class I have with beginners. Snub nose revolvers and 357 mag.
Holy shit! We were not even close. Okay, never mind. Damn.
Number 38 special. Before we get started, because it may make a lot of people upset, this pick, are there situations where this is justified as your first gun? Yes. If you can only afford one quality handgun, you have a limited budget, semi-automatics are too daunting, too difficult for you to use, you want something as small and concealable as possible that you can fire from a jacket while being safe and reliable, you can only ever own one gun, maybe you want to shoot it.
I don't think that a snub-nosed revolver is more reliable than a Glock. I'm sorry. Paul Harrell did a whole thing over this. Chief's special is super difficult to shoot accurately under pressure. Does make sense due to all of the FUD Herder 357 Magnum loaded with 38 plus P. The argument that I've heard for these revolvers is that you train very cheaply because, like, you have 357. Not to sell a brother out like that, but Dante is like that. Dante is a fucking die-hard J-frame revolver guy. He really likes his fucking FUD lore. He really likes his 357 wheel gun, and you can the second part of that is not from him. Like the supposed benefit is that it also takes 38 special Bro, that's retarded. Get a proper revolver with a 6-inch barrel. Again, revolvers are a novelty. It is 2025. We no longer need wheel guns and pump action shotguns. Are they cool? Is the aura farming good? Yes. Get that as a collector's piece. Like once you have your bases covered, once you have guns that actually do shit, then you can freeze some liquidity in the actively deteriorating asset that is a gun that's being shot. Throw however much money a J-frame costs these days after you have a gun that you can actually rely on. Like, please, please join the 21st century with the fucking rest of us. You love retro wheel guns. When you know semi-auto is objectively, it's the same fucking conversation that I had to. Oh no, I'm sorry, pump guns are not just as good. They're just fucking not. I'm sorry, they don't shoot as fast. They are more prone to operator error because you under stress are prone to, for example, short stroke the pump, which means you'll reload, you'll not eject the fucking shell, and then it's gonna go click. And you don't want your gun to go click when it's pointed downrange and you're potentially exposed to return fire. Yes, auto loaders are game changing. That is one of the reasons we pushed the Japanese Imperial Army's shit in, because they were still running fucking bolt action rifles. Your first handgun was a single action army chambered in 357. You knew it was a wrong decision, but you made it with pleasure. See, like that's again, at least you understand what you were doing wrong. Operator error under stress is never a risk you want to take with your life. Yes, exactly. Again, there is a reason why I picked a Benelli as like my shotgun. Like I have one shotgun. The Shockwave is not a shotgun, it's a fucking toy. And I only have it because I got it for free. I got the Benelli because the Benelli M4 in its full configuration, the 7-round tube, the full collapsible stock, is the most shotgun to ever shotgun. There never has been, and very unlikely to ever be, a better shotgun. There's definitely not going to be a better shotgun in my lifetime than a Benelli M1014. It is very much pay once, cry never, or every time you run out of the fucking proprietary Picatinny rails that they sell for $100 a piece. I fucking hate it so much. Actually, related tangent. If you end up getting the Gen 2 Benelli handguard, if you ever buy a Benelli M4 with the Gen 2 handguard, the distance of the screws for the proprietary mounting system is actually the exact same as the clearance between two M-lock screws. So you can just bolt on M-lock shit directly into the threads on the proprietary handrail. No one talks about this. I have never seen this mentioned once. This is extremely secret Discord tech. I'm pretty sure that Benelli is currently sending assassins to my location for disclosing that.
Through your purse or whatever, sure. But those are all very limited circumstances. And let me tell you why it's dangerous. It goes back to fundamentals. It's incredibly difficult to deprogram a newer shooter with a flinch. If I get 10 people in a concealed handgun class, all of them are new shooters, one or two of them, they're all going to have a flinch that's so wild that they're going to throw shots off paper from 5 yards away because they're anticipating the recoil of that shot, and they're either shoving the gun down or they're squeezing it for dear life the second that they expect the shot to break. It takes a long time to break shooters of this habit. It's far and away the most difficult problem to fix for new shooters. Sight picture, sight alignment, grip, stance, trigger press. I can fix all those things for you in a couple of minutes. A flinch, it can take years depending on how bad it is.
Yeah, recoil anticipation is such a bitch to deal with. I will purposely load snap caps. I'll blind load magazines for myself And I'll intermix snap caps into the mix just so that I'm not like cognizantly aware of where the snap cap comes up. And I will like have that as my reload to expose myself to see if I still do the flinch or if I punch out correctly with the gun, actually like receiving recoil as opposed to anticipating it. It's one of those natural reactions. Like we have not yet, well, thank you for the hydrate. We've not yet evolved to deal with an explosion happening at arm's length. Fortunately, our human neuroplasticity and pattern-seeking brains allow for retraining over those innate reactions, which I guess is a benefit. Never heard that either. Well, you see, what you can do, well, not you specifically, but the Twitch royalty could clip that moment, and then I'll post that as a short, and then people will know, and then Benelli will definitely put out a hit on me. The small metal thing is a fear engine. It makes noise, it makes flash, big scare. Yeah. Like on a neurological level, it is panic-inducing. And it takes a lot of reps in order to saturate that reaction so that your body learns to occlude it. Gotta retain it like the Marines training a horse to be around recoilless rifles. Basically, yes. You just put it through so many reps that your body instinctually starts occluding it.
New shooter a gun with a long, heavy double action trigger and fierce snapping recoil, you're going to give that to them as their first gun. They're going to react like someone slammed a door around one of Charlie Sheen's girlfriends or something. 38 or God forbid 357 out of a small frame revolver with no reciprocating mass, no recoil spring to absorb that recoil. That's going to, in all likelihood, cause a new shooter to develop a flinch. Not to mention they almost always have terrible sights, terrible triggers, or at least long, heavy double action triggers. Some of them are double action only, limited capacity, usually just 5 rounds while being slow to reload as well. Even if you can shoot one well, it's still a relatively poor choice for recreational or defensive purposes, except in niche cases. I've got a few. I just wouldn't have one as my first one. I've said it a bunch of times in this.
Especially the metal frame spines, 357 begins to hurt a lot. Yeah, I can see that.
Your first gun, critical as a new shooter. It's going to determine how confident you are, your enthusiasm, your interest in training in the hobby, making yourself better moving forward. It's going to dictate how good or bad sessions are at the range for you. And one day, it could even save your life. It's important that you choose something carefully. I hope this video today helped you. If you need further help, like on the phone, call Top Gun Supply. I've known Tom and Michelle Allen for decades. They will literally walk you through your decision for free. They're good people, even if they live in Ohio. You also have an opportunity to win a $250 Top Gun gift card every single month by supporting us at subscribestar.com/TFBTV, because we give away 6 to our supporters every single month. But as usual, thank you so much for watching and take care.
Damn, I should run the odds on. Oh yeah, no, my normal position is that we don't pay for content with anything but our eyeballs. But if you run the odds, if there aren't that many people in the subscribe star, which I doubt, it's a big successful channel. But sometimes, you know, you roll the dice and you may as well just win. I need to take another piss because I've been drinking water. So here's a James Lindsay new metal song or punk song.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation it set in, to encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft movement. It's not about rights, freedoms, or the problems nearly so much as it is about encouraging a collectivist and daring a nationalist. People's community United Volksgemeinschaft instead of a prepositional nation, or a nation, or based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. You say Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s. It all came crashing down in 1945.
Right. That's a whole 30-minute ass video. My voice is already good. Let's go for something for for shorter attention spans real quick. This guy has an unattended fresh egg stand where people in his community stop by, pick up eggs, leave money in a box. Okay, so trust system. Recently, someone decided to steal the money. Christ. Fortunately, this guy had cameras set up and managed to capture both the car and person responsible. Oh boy. Oh boy. Should I run a poll? should I run a poll? Let's run a poll real quick. I'm gonna get fucking banned. I have a creeping cough coming on. It's a very inopportune moment. All right, let's see. Let's see. High trust societies. Yeah, we don't get those anymore. I'm gonna be opaque. I'm not going to say this aloud. I'm not going to say this aloud. Wild card. Okay. All right, here are your options. I am not saying this out loud. I'm just not. All right, here's your poll. You have 1 minute to vote. Sorry, Seku, you miss out on being part of the democratic process. Poll is up. Poll is up. It's sometimes in the notifications. It's a 1 minute poll. Come on. All right. Okay. I see one vote. 100% meth. Okay. The voting. I'm going to be the split. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. All right. I think the votes are in. No one else is going to participate. Let's watch this.
Hey everyone, I'm going to try to keep this video short and simple. So this video is going to be for whoever did this to our money box.
You're not a citizen of Twitch, so you do not get the vote. You're okay with this. Thank you, sir. Thank you for respecting our constitutional republic. Make a massive exemption write-in for Elmer Keith's carry... Wait, what? You make a massive exception write-in for Elmer Keith's carry preference? I don't know who Elmer Keith is.
So, if you think I'm bluffing about this sign about the cameras, there's a camera here, there's a camera there, and there's multiple cameras everywhere. So this is going to be short and simple. I know what kind of car you drive. I know the first 3 digits of your license plate. I know exactly the time and the date you came here. And if you're wondering if the state police actually care about this kind of stuff, we had this happen once before. And they went after the guy. And he ended up in court over it. So let's keep this short and simple. I want everybody to share this video. I want it to get out to the person. You can anonymously message me. I'm even going to put my phone number in the bottom of this video. Just text me. You're just going to pay for this box. I won't post a video. Now, if you think I'm bluffing, I will post a video. The last time I did it, it got 16,000 views in 4 hours. The guy's daughter messaged us so embarrassed.
He's not gonna blue ball us on the outcome, right? He's not gonna do that to us, Oni Dojo.
Of what her
We will see heavy karma befall whoever did this.
her father did. Let's not bring it to that. You're gonna pay for the box, okay? And we're gonna move on. All right. I want to keep this as short and simple and painless as possible. I'm gonna put a little clip of the last guy that did this in here so that you are aware that there are cameras.
Remember, this is not what we're voting for.
Because I guess people just think I'm bluffing. Maybe you think we don't have internet down here. We do, okay? We do. Share this video, please. Let's get it out to the person that did this. I'm not going to put a timeline on when I'll go to the state police about this because it's going to depend on how quick this video picks up and how many views it gets. I'll leave it to that. Once it gets to a certain amount of views, I'll give it a few weeks. And if nobody's come forward, then I'll go to the state police about it. If you're unaware of where we are, we're at 45 Beamer Church Road. And yeah, so last but not least, you may have thought you were slick with where you parked your car. You were not. So come on, let's just keep this short and simple. You're gonna pay for the box. That is it. There was no money in it, okay? There were a couple quarters though. You missed those.
He didn't even score. Imagine taking such a massive fucking L.
I mean, if you're gonna rob them out, see? My big ass fingers can't get to them. So, come on, let's keep it simple. Share this video, please. Get the person that did it, so we stop doing it to other people that don't have cameras.
Okay, so follow-up video.
Hey everyone, so the power of social media, the culprit was found. He lives right over here in Minnesink, New York. He saw the video via Facebook and he messaged Samantha. They had a conversation, and we're gonna put that conversation at the end of this video, as well as the proof that he did pay for the box. He sent us a Venmo. First though, I wanna talk about, I got a lot of hate and a lot of comments saying, why didn't I just post this video? Why didn't I?
Come on. Give me a name. I want to know what the name is and if it's Sing.
Photos. The reason I did that was because what if his boss saw it, then he loses his job, and the first thing he's going to do for money is he's going to go steal from more farm stands. The last time I posted somebody's face, the guy's daughter saw it, and just think about how embarrassing that must be. Put ourselves in her shoes. I didn't
New York, so you're betting Muhammad?
want to go that route. At the end of the day, it is our farm. It's
I should have included Muhammad's as an option. I didn't think about that.
our farm stand, and it's our farm page. I can do it however I please. Last thing I want to see is somebody in our community that is struggling. If you need food and eggs are what is going to put food on the dinner plate, we've all been in hard times. Just let us know. I will put eggs in here. I will put food in here. Just let us know how we can help you. If you need money, don't rob our farm box. Go rob the Louvre or go rob a bank. Make it count. If you need money honest, I have 700 feet of fencing I need help getting done with before.
You're betting Homeboy here is a bleeding heart pussy even towards people steal. I don't. Again, no, Terry. Like, that's great energy if it's actually applied, to something productive. I don't think that tearing down a man who sets up an honor system based fresh egg box deserves that kind of scrutiny and ire. Like, really not the appropriate venue for that. There are better people to tear the fuck down than a farmer who's trying to be a pillar of his community.
For the winter, so you
And I've yet to be proven otherwise.
can help me do that, and I will pay you. Last, people, why'd you make fun of my beard in the comments? That wasn't very nice.
It's a bit of an impractical beard, if I do say so myself, as a bearded person. That beard does get in the way of anything that has to do, well, I guess striking. Yeah, beards matter less for striking. Definitely not a grappling friendly beard.
So I don't know why you did that. It's kind of hurtful, but I guess this is the internet.
Brian, okay. Okay, so definitely not my bet. Definitely a do not definitely not a do not redeem. Basketball American still likely, rather possible. Meth demon also possible. Blue-haired beast also falls off, I guess. New York. New York trying to make things right. Don't call the police. What do we say, chat? Meth demon, after all? If any others have been vandalized, please forward my info to them. Wait, what? What? You have the money to replace the money box. Sorry it happened to you. I just wanted to make things right. If any others have been vandalized, please forward my info to them, and I will try. What an odd thing to say. Oni Dojo, are you what does this mean? What an odd if any others have been vandalized, please forward my info to them, and I will try to do right by them as well. What does that mean? You're still bleeding the homeboy's bleeding heart pussy even towards you. Oh yeah, sorry, I read that already. All right, we do have a enhance. I can't enhance on Twitter. Just a second. Pop that into Photopia real quick. I'd say the bone structure does suggest meth demon. I don't know. What do you say, Oni Dojo? What does the physiognomy tell us? How basketball is this American? It's very difficult to tell by the style of clothing. You think we have basketball? You think so? I don't know. Those hands look mighty bright. Well, that's I don't know. Very difficult to tell because it's an IR camera. Up. Okay. Where is the thing? Is this you? Because this is circulating around from others, not looking to ruin your life. Inconclusive. I am afraid to scroll through the comments. There might be some big words down there. All right, but speaking of New York,
I do not have you for the upstairs list.
so this is Hamas Piker of Dan Clancy's ball liquor fame, attempting to get into the upstairs election day party of the Muslim communist mayor of New York, and apparently he's not on the list.
Okay.
Can I see your ticket tape?
Oh, I'm staff. I'm just escorting him.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
If you're
So we can't
escorted?
go upstairs.
So they're not on the list for upstairs?
I do not. But do you have this for upstairs? I can also just check in the chat.
Well, so I thought no those could go upstairs, no?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
But I can double check and just make sure
Upstairs,
on my
just
end.
more seating area.
Yeah, I just wanted a drink. I'm good.
Just so I can.
Or here.
What was your name? Sorry. Michael. Okay, great. Let me just make sure
Yeah.
on my back channel.
We got no motion, chat. We got no motion.
Get filtered.
We're washed. We're washed.
I mean, to be fair, Hassan, you were born washed.
Fell off. It's okay.
Stop whispering in the microphone, Marsh. They can hear you.
I'm just.
The really funny part is the one who got into that room was Alex Soros. Oh, yeah. I posted underneath his comment. Alex Soros, both Mamdani and Soros just fail the physiognomy check spectacularly. I can't say more for legal reasons.
Coffee, dude. I'm just sick.
Okay. I'll figure it out if I can.
Yeah.
Sure. No.
I'm just sure that Alex Soros likely enjoyed the sloppy toppy he got from Mamdani there.
Don't take my number. Text me if you need anything.
Wait, here. Put it. Don't say it out loud.
Are you guys streaming live?
Oh yeah, we are.
Okay.
But we're not showing anything yet. But there's 72,000 people watching
Oh, great.
currently.
It's out of focus.
I mean, Hassan, you're aware that we know where you live, and blocking out pictures of your house on Google Maps isn't really doing much.
Here we go.
They're just watching the ground.
Great.
All right.
I also have a staff, a team member at the box office that's in the interior. That might be able to.
That's okay. I think we're good. Right?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. Are there
I don't care. He's fucking about to cry.
drinks here or no? Oh, we can get drinks here. All right, perfect.
God, what is that walking arch? Holy shit. I can tell by the way he walks that he's never had any realistic fighting experience. That is the most fucking pampered lily ass pedestrian walking stride that I have ever seen. Dude is just a natural born victim. I see the picture of someone posted of him if he wasn't mainlining minoxidil. I think I've seen that picture. I kind of disagree with the sentiment that like no one would listen to him if this was the picture. No one would listen to him if he didn't have his familial wealth, helping Cenk Uygur build up the Young Turks, a network that was then largely used to catapult the professionally unemployed Hassan Piker into Twitch streaming, when being consistent was realistically the only thing that you had to do.
What do you want, March?
I don't drink while I'm working.
It would be funny to see what he looks like with his natural testosterone level. That would be hilarious.
You're such a fucking liar. You do ketamine while working. I mean, allegedly. Hello, hi.
All right, now get filtered, loser. Half an hour video, 20-minute video. Let's point and laugh at the Chinese. I think that's a better use of our time. Funny thing, he looks exactly like you would imagine a sleazy Istanbul shop owner. Yeah.
Recently, there has been a huge stir in the Japanese immigration community. A piece of news hit like thunder. The Management and Operation Visa, commonly known as the Business Management Visa, will undergo significant changes, with the new regulations officially coming into effect on October 16. This is not a minor adjustment, but a complete upgrade of the threshold. It's like closing off a shortcut to immigration for countless foreigners in Japan, especially Chinese nationals.
Good. I'm sorry, I can only get so erect.
For Chinese living in Japan,
There should be no shortcuts, I'm sorry.
this is practically a death sentence.
Good.
The new rule don't just target newcomers, they will also apply retroactively to existing holders with a 3-year
Fantastic.
grace period. Once the time is up, if the standards are not met, they will be forced to leave. Once
As it, listen, are there going to be any bad news?
The news broke, the Chinese community in Japan was in uproar. On the WeChat groups, X platforms, and Xiaohongshu, people were mourning. The PR dream is shattered.
I mean, they're using WeChat. They can just be in an uproar back in West Taiwan.
The wave of
Imagine being a country as big as China and you're not filling your own space with these two-legged Lunchables.
people returning to China due to the business management visa is here. We've only been here for a little over a year, and now we're facing both the wave of people coming to Japan and the wave of people leaving. Many are selling their furniture, and some are even selling their houses.
Oh no.
My friend's child said, suddenly 3 or 4 of their classmates learning Japanese disappeared. Some people who just arrived in Japan rented houses and directly transferred a full set of Chinese furniture, all bundled together for a certain price. Some are going to Spain, some to Thailand, some to Germany, and some are returning to China.
Fantastic. Looks like you have a vast number of options. It's interesting how... yeah. All you heard was house prices were going down. Yeah, funny how that works out.
Oh my.
What exactly has happened with Japan's visa
What
review?
exactly has happened with
there's dubbing.
Japan's visa review? Japan's visa review process has suddenly become stricter, especially for business management visas, skilled worker visas, humanities visas, and student visas.
Okay.
There has been a large number of cases where visas were rejected or cancelled. Many people who thought obtaining a visa meant everything was settled encountered issues when it came time to renew.
It's almost as if you are supposed to actually use the visa you're given for its intended purpose, and it's not actually there for you to hijack and move there.
Some are quite serious, with authorities even requiring them to leave Japan within a specific period. Among all the visa categories, the business management visa has the most severe cases. Some people registered companies, but these companies had no substantial operations and hadn't even fulfilled basic tax obligations.
So just immigration fraud. Got it.
The Immigration Office has repeatedly emphasized that the true essence of the business management visa is to engage in legitimate business activities and poses sufficient capital and business capabilities rather than simply obtaining a visa and staying in Japan.
Who would have thought that if you're receiving a visa that has a prescribed purpose, you are supposed to do the thing that the visa was issued for? Shock and horror.
Let's take a look at the changes in the new regulations. First, the capital requirement has skyrocketed. It's been raised from the previous 5 million yen, around 33,000 USD, to 30 million yen, around 200,000 USD. Previously, with just 250,000 RMB, one could give it a try, but now you need at least 5 million yen to start. The Japanese Ministry of Justice explained that this change is meant to ensure companies have substantial operational capabilities.
But Kuro, once they're in the country, they're basically a completely different person. It's like being baptized by bureaucracy. I'm sorry, last I checked, when a cat is born in a stable, it doesn't magically turn into a horse.
And to prevent the proliferation of shell companies. Next, the applicant's company must employ at least one full-time employee who is either Japanese or hold permanent residence.
Was that not an old requirement? Because last I checked, at least the startup visas required that you very specifically hire Japanese staff. Did they waive that at some point? Because last I checked those visa requirements, that was... Oh boy, that was, I'm gonna say 2017, I think? Back when I was working in venture capital. So, Fukuoka has... Well, Fukuoka, the special sort of startup smart city business zone in Fukuoka issues startup founder visas, but the condition for those visas and for registering new companies there with tax benefits is that they hire Japanese people specifically. Like, they have to have Japanese staff operate the local office.
Foreigners with work visas in Japan do not count. Japan's unemployment rate is now as low as 2.5%.
Total chain migration death.
5%, marking a state of full employment, making it difficult to hire people. If it's a small family-run business, there are no requirement to hire before. But now, to meet visa requirements, one must hire at least one Japanese employee with an annual salary of 3 million yen.
Oh, it's almost as if you're supposed to be positively contributing to the community that you're actively trying to invade.
Around 20,000 USD or more. This shows that the new rules specifically target business models with little contribution to Japanese employment, such as family businesses, which are now effectively excluded. Third,
You can have a family business in China.
Japanese language proficiency is now a hard requirement.
I'm sorry, it wasn't? What the fuck? Just realize how I can increase the number of jobs in the US after these corporations offshore to India. Oh, do tell.
At least one person in the company must have a Japanese proficiency level of N2 or above, capable.
Just one? Just levels are in Indian cities. Okay, we're gonna keep that one on the board. We're not gonna say no to that. Just gonna keep that one as an option that's available for us. But excuse me, only one person required to have at least N2 language mastery? I have N2 level. I have a confirmed N2. What the fuck? It's not nearly enough to properly function on your own in society. What the fuck is this?
Of fluent communication.
That's a hard requirement?
In Japanese.
Wait.
Proficiency level is now a hard requirement. At least one person in the company must have a Japanese proficiency level of N2 or above, capable of fluent communication in Japanese. This is crucial in Japan's business environment. Previously, there were no language requirement, which led to communication barriers for many applicants after arriving in Japan.
Imagine trying to get residency in a country whose language you do not speak. Wait until a confirmed hard R is required for a visa. Excuse me, what? Are we still talking about the same country? First of all, I don't think a hard R exists as a phonetic unit in Japanese. I will let you know. They don't have words that don't end in vowels.
Business operations. Fourth, the qualifications for the
As long as they're asking for a letter certification.
business
That's not what. Oh, I see what you did there. Very cute.
owners have been upgraded. The main applicant must have at least 3 years of entrepreneurial experience or a master's degree in business management or a related field.
Nice.
According to data from the Ministry of Justice, previously no experience was required, leading to a 40% failure rate for projects. The new regulations are designed to select generally capable business owners.
Yeah, you know what that is? That's brain drain. They are eliciting brain drain from the third world by making sure that only high quality migrants are able to come in and naturalize. It's almost as if that is what you want, because there's going to be too few of them to dilute your monocultural environment significantly, and they're also going to be wealthy and impactful enough that they're going to be a net benefit to your society, and they're not going to be just benefit moochers.
Fifth, the business plan can no longer be casually written. It must be endorsed by certified professionals such as administrative scriveners who will confirm its feasibility. This clearly targets the unscrupulous agencies that use to fabricate plans.
God, this is Kyoto in the winter.
To help people bypass the system.
God, I fuck with it. I hate the cold, but I fuck with this so hard.
Now it must be vetted by government certified experts to prevent any deception. What's even harsher is that even those who have already applied for permanent residence must meet the new standards for their application to be processed. The Ministry of Justice website has updated the application forms, and these will be effective starting October 16th, with no grace period. The speed of this change surpasses Japan's usual legislative practices, demonstrating the government's strong determination to implement these reforms.
Yeah, it's almost as if they can feel the fire underneath their feet in the form of Sanseito taking a bite out of their congressional seats.
In fact, Japan's business management visas didn't change overnight. Its predecessor was the investment management visa launched in 2005, which allowed foreigners to stay long-term in Japan based on business activities. The background for this was Japan's economic bubble burst, resulting in a labor shortage and a reliance on Southeast Asia's trainee system in manufacturing. The Japanese government introduced this visa to attract foreign investment and elite talent. With low entry requirements, no employee, language, and experience requirements. All it needed was a business plan proving the company's operational feasibility. Initially, the visa was issued for 1 year, renewable for up to 5 years, and after 10 years, one could apply for permanent residence. Initially, people weren't very interested in this type of
I think after 5 years of legal residency in Japan, you can even apply for a passport, but you would have to renounce So they require that you renounce previously held citizenships, but there is zero enforcement.
visa. It wasn't until 2015 when the Japanese government renamed it the Business Management
This is definitely Osaka.
visa and included it in the highly skilled talent system that interest grew. This change allowed family members to join and children to benefit from Japan's educational and healthcare services. As is well known, Japan has a well-developed social security system with a universal health insurance.
Is there usually snow on the ground in November in Kyoto? Not in November. Usually, I'm gonna say December, January. Japan climate-wise is closer to like North Texas, I'm gonna say. Probably, yeah, probably around that. Just more humid. It rarely snows, like they don't get snow consistently year to year. Kyoto in particular has very random weather because the city sits in a cauldron of mountains. So because of that, there's usually like a warm front of air that's displacing other air masses around like the city proper. So you'd get weird weather happening there. You'd need very strong winds in order to actually bring over precipitation. The only exception is just whatever is evaporating from the Kamo River on its own, and like the surrounding lakes. So it'll rain there, but snow is like proper winter in Japan only starts like very, very late into winter months. So January, February is probably the most consistent month where you're going to see snow, if any, in a year. Rarely snows in Tokyo, from what I'm told. I've not seen that part of Japan in the winter. I usually try to go in the summer because I am heat resistant and cold tolerant. So I prefer when the weather is like between the high 80s and hundreds.
Insurance coverage at 99%, free education for children up to high school, and generous unemployment benefits. A Shanghai-based entrepreneur
Hot take. Migrants should not be eligible for unemployment benefits of all things.
Who obtained the visa recalled, "For 5 million yen, I could open a small trading company. My child could attend a public school and medical expenses were fully reimbursed. It's much cheaper than buying property to immigrate to Canada." At the time, the Japanese government
And you live in Canada.
had a lenient policy with relaxed renewal reviews, only checking the company's existence and tax payment records. Once this news spread, it attracted many Chinese nationals, and the number of applicants quickly skyrocketed.
Oh no, people who infamously come from a low trust society saw an opportunity to cheat the system and then flooded it? Why would you move to Snow, India? I mean, if the alternative is living under the thumb of the CCP, I kind of get it.
Rocketed. According to data from Japan's immigration office, the number of business management visa applications exceeded 10,000 in 2015, with Chinese nationals accounting for 30%.
Who were the rest? Give me the full breakdown.
In 2016, the number of Chinese applicants reached 5,000, and in the following years, the number continued to soar, reaching 20,000 by 2023.
Holy shit.
Originally, more people were willing to invest, which was a positive development for Japan. Such argue that Japan's business management visa is essentially a transaction.
This This is not. No, this is not Akiba. This is still Osaka.
Foreigners staying in Japan must contribute significantly to Japanese society, with the taxes and job opportunities they provide far outweighing the benefit they receive from Japan. Only under these conditions.
Well, yeah, that's sort of the point of allowing people to come to your country. Why would it not be a transaction? I know, right?
Conditions can they leverage Japan's national advantages to realize their entrepreneurial dreams. For Chinese people who have long been suppressed and persecuted by the Chinese Communist Party, the ever-changing
I mean, you could go to Taiwan. I'm pretty sure that Taiwan would take any defectors they can get.
political environment, sluggish economy, weak social security, hypocritical legal system.
Wait, excuse me, what? The communist state of China has weak social security? Did I hear that right? What the fuck? Have they been doing nothing but fucking falling for it again this entire time? I'm sorry, is that not the whole fucking point? China bros, you really live like this?
System and brainwashing education make personal property and even life constantly at risk of being seized by the CCP. Any immigration policy they can access becomes.
Wait, so let me get this straight. You get state-operated and controlled everything, no real private property. You have the hand of the state firmly up your ass, elbow deep. But you get nothing for it? It's almost as if communism is a fucking scam. I mean, sucks to suck, I guess. The one constant with communism is that they're considered consistently amazed at how much Western morons will fall for it. Yeah.
A lifeline. Therefore, in order to escape an uncertain future, to secure a legal identity, to have an exit strategy, and to ensure their children can receive an education in a free environment, Japan's business management visa has become, in their eyes, a welfare card.
Well, you see, that's kind of again, that's very much a rod of your own making for your own back. If you were migrating in good conscience with an intention of naturalizing and integrating in a place you're moving to, then the Japanese people wouldn't have a problem with you. All you had to do was naturalize in good faith. And then the Japanese would have just accepted you eventually. You would have just basically melted into the population, and everyone would have been none the wiser. But because you insist on being insufferable shitheels, because you harass the fucking deers in Nara, because you desecrate war memorials, because you are sore losers, yeah, the Japanese are kind of fed up with your shit. Yeah, it's very much shit or get off the pot. Like, if you have issues with Japan and all you want to do is leech off of its social system, you're not a high quality immigrant. You don't deserve to stay. And the pushback is very, very much warranted. I thought the Chinese schools were the best shit ever. Yeah. I mean, again, if it's people with a will to escape, I applaud that. But if you're escaping, you need to exercise a certain degree of humility. Like, look at people who move out of Russia. Like, you never hear about that population of people being a problem now, do you? Like, exceedingly rarely do you hear anything about that, because usually it's like high net worth earners, people who are like more of the classical liberal persuasion, who don't really want to live with the state's boot up their ass. Usually they'll move to a place like a small European country. The more highly skilled ones will make it out to the US. And you don't really hear any kind of issues happening. Like, would you have known that there's a pretty significant Russian-speaking diaspora both in Austin and in Dallas if I hadn't told you that? Would you have known that the pretty much. I'm gonna blank on the exact numbers, but I'm going to say like roughly a whole third of Sunny Isles Beach, which is like a district. Well, it's like a sub city in Miami. Are Russian speakers. Like, I shit you not. And like Sunny Isles Beach it's like a Jewish neighborhood, but realistically it's like a post-Soviet comm bloc neighborhood, mostly populated by Jews escaping the Soviet Union. You're going to hear more Russian being spoken in Sunny Isles Beach than Spanish in Miami. First thing you heard about the spoiled rich idiots and mobsters who usually aren't born in the US or rarely leave Russia. Yeah, exactly. You never hear bad things about the ones escaping Russia because they keep their nose to the stone, so to speak. They work on their business, they stay out of trouble, they keep their nose clean, and they just slowly but surely naturalize. That's all they do. There's like a known understood way of how to be a high quality transplant. Fuck, there's a Russian diaspora in Japan, a pretty sizable one too. Have you ever heard anything about that? Have you ever heard of, I don't know, fucking Russians blockading off a street demanding that an Eastern Orthodox church be constructed in Tokyo, disrupting the flow of normal life by having church bells go off? There's a whole university in Russia that does nothing but pump out mail order wives for the Japanese. I am exaggerating, but only a little. The Institute of Asian Countries and Studies has a Japanese language department, and most of the time the women who go to study in that department do so for the purpose of going to Japan for their 4-credit practice and then get married to the first Japanese man they find. There are probably thousands of Russian wives in Tokyo. Well, okay, not just Tokyo, like across Japan, but they are in the thousands, Russian trophy wives.
To be honest, Japan offers quite a few benefits in daily life, which apply to foreigners as well. First, education for children is free, and medical care is also free, including inpatient meals. For adults, from prenatal care to delivery, everything is covered, and there's even a business subsidy provided. Elderly people, in addition to receiving a pension, only need to pay 10%.
That's one way to fix the population crunch. I mean, listen, the way you fix a population crunch, and I think they've actually started implementing that. I've heard murmurs about that. But the way you fix a population crunch is you stop depressing wages and you stop taxing your childbearing population to death. Like, have you tried just, leaving your young population, your 20-something families, with enough money to actually sustain a household? Because every Japanese family I know, and I know quite a few, when they can afford to have a kid, they'll have like 5 at a time. Japanese households will very rarely have fewer than 3 kids if they can afford a house and to have a kid at all. Usually they're gonna turn that place into a bakery because someone's definitely getting bread.
% of medical expenses, no matter how expensive the treatment or hospitalization. Second, property here is freehold, meaning the house and the land underneath it are yours. You can play and build freely, with no restriction on tearing it down or rebuilding. Japan doesn't have bare shell homes, and the concept of shared spaces doesn't exist. Everything, from the hardware to the soft furnishings, is included, and you can move in with just your luggage. Third, Japan is very thorough when it comes to food safety. The expiration dates on products sold in supermarkets are generally shorter.
I'm sorry, it's just genuinely hilarious to me that a Chinese person is describing like fucking day one food safety as something groundbreakingly novel. Oh, the Japanese demons, they don't use gutter oil for their cooking. They actually abide by expiration dates. The Chinese mind cannot comprehend food safety.
And while additives are not absent, they are minimal. The long life expectancy in Japan is not without reason. All these benefits can be enjoyed once you obtain a long-term visa for Japan without needing to change nationality.
On X platform, a Beijing mother who obtained the visa in 2018.
It's not even SAR. See, like if it was SAR, like if it was a do not redeem the expiration date, that's kind of expected. Like this would be a disappointed but not surprised. The fact that a Chinese man is just soy pogging at the concept of food safety is just hilarious to me.
Posted. Japan's welfare is amazing. School fees are free, and a doctor's visit for a cold costs only 100 yen, about 0.66 USD. Popular posts on Xiaohongshu frequently highlight business management visa guide, 250,000 RMB to open a company. The whole family immigrates to Japan with free food, entertainment, and medical care. Open a company.
God, you people are fucking insufferable. What the fuck is this mindset? Oh, I will move from a free Gibbs. Jesus fucking Christ. You should never be allowed to leave the country. God fucking damn. Like, what annoys me is that, like, all of these things are set up in Japanese society with an assumption that people are not by default bad actors and that everyone only uses social services and social benefits if they really need them. Like, the safety net in Japan is not something that you take pride in making use of. Very much like we used to be. Like, it used to be shameful to be on food stamps. Like, holy shit, you had to fuck up so badly that you need to get a handout from the government. And we are very similar to the Japanese in that sense. Well, the good parts of our society are. And then you have these fucking, I'm sorry, for lack of a better word, parasitic invaders who just see that system and all they see is a free meal and a payday. Fucking detestable. Well, Chinese food safety is making sure the dog doesn't bite you while you're cooking it. You're not wrong.
With 250,000 RMB, immigrate to Japan with your family, free schooling for children, affordable healthcare. Japan's welfare is fantastic. School fees are waived. Chinese nationals who obtained visas continue to share their joy on major video platforms across mainland China. As these
Congratulations, you've exhausted a limited renewable common good. Welcome to Economics 101. Oh wait, they don't teach economics under communism, do they?
videos spread quickly, agencies in cities like Tokyo and Osaka began advertising with slogans like "No language requirement, no experience needed, family-run business, welcome." To make a profit, some agencies even helped Chinese nationals forge business plans and degrees, hiring mascot employees who didn't actually perform any work.
Oh, damn. Are you saying that the Chinese found a niche to scam and then they proceeded to scam the Laowai? Oh, I am so surprised.
Hello， 大家好，我是苦老爸行政书士。
Today, I would like to explain the benefits of the business management visa. First, the application threshold is low, making it accessible for ordinary people. There are no strict educational or Japanese language requirements, and
well, again, fortunately, like white pill of the day, this loophole has been closed. This is no longer get fucked. Families can be deported together.
No specific technical skills are needed. You only need to be over 18 and have a clean criminal record to apply.
What if you could clean your retainer at the touch of a button? No more brushing or tablets. Over 4 years ago.
How about you just get born with non-crooked teeth?
Second, the financial requirements are clear and transparent. The required registered capital is just 500,000 yen, or about 250,000 RMB, which can also be used for daily operational expenses such as renting office space and purchasing equipment. Third, the whole family can immigrate together with comprehensive benefits. Spouses can work.
Like, here's the thing. Under the new visa requirement, I could hypothetically go for a management visa. Like you set up a business, you have a local full-time employee, you invest the capital. Well, you get seed capital from investors because you actually run a real business and not a shell company. Like I could get Japanese residency. I don't need it. Like I've stated this multiple times. Japan is great, fantastic. It is the best ally that we could ever ask for, and we have done a very, very good job with statecraft there. This is definitely a success case for the Marshall Plan. Gold star to us for preserving Japan as it is. I still don't want to live there. I just, all things considered, it's great to go there for like a month a year, maybe 2 months tops. But I'm sorry, America #1, baby.
Legally, children under 18 can receive free public education.
Not only that, I don't want to abandon my country to the wolves. I don't want my country to be overrun by Indians, Ugandans, Somalians, and whoever the fuck else Democrats are trying to import into the country. No, I show no mercy. I cede no ground.
In Japan, and the entire family can enroll in Japan's health insurance system with only 30% of medical costs being out of pocket. Whether it's the boastful display of superiority after receiving Japanese immigration benefits or the lucrative advertising by agencies, many people sharing these posts likely just want to
Display of superiority it's actually the most Chinese thing ever. Seems like a specific exclusion for oil businesses. What do you mean? Are you looking it up?
express the Japanese government treats its citizens well. My choice was right. However, they may not realize how the Japanese public and online.
No. No, Terry, did you get a woman pregnant and you are not aware? Just the sheer frequency of dad jokes out of you in one evening is very concerning. Has your pullout game done you wrong?
Users will perceive all of this in today's highly connected information society. Japanese media, NHK, highlighted this phenomenon on its feature, The Shadow of the Business Management Visa, citing Xiaohongshu post and exposing the practice of Chinese nationals exploiting the system, which sparked public dissatisfaction. One Japanese user on X
To be fair, you've never pulled out in your life. Good man.
platform commented, "We pay high taxes every year.
Remember, pull up, not out.
Prices keep soaring, and now we're subsidizing foreigners." Perhaps it's because the media has continued to amplify this issue. And
the media has continued to amplify this issue that's actually happening because actual Chinese people are posting about it.
Public opinion has been repeatedly stirred. This has turned the debate over to the visa system into a broader issue of anti-foreign sentiment that is spreading throughout Japanese society.
Oh no, the foreigners are abusing our high trust society. Quick, stop noticing.
This has coincided with the election of Sanae Takaichi as the first female president of the Liberal Democratic Party on October 4th.
I hope she just goes scorched fucking earth. I've seen people coping, oh, she's not actually promising anything. That's just food for the fucking guaylos. Nobody's actually going to do mass deportations. It's all fucking right-wing chud cope and whatever the fuck else. No, I want her to go just completely scorched earth. I want Americans to need a fucking pre-approved visa for tourism in Japan.
Based on what? Based on this dick in your mouth.
Exactly. Trump giving her the nod is real political capital, even if it's not based in Japan. Listen, Japan exists culturally and sentimentally downstream from America with a lag of approximately 10-ish years. So T-Money gets elected in 2016, like in a hard pro-nativist push. It's 2025. Like, Japan is generally on schedule for their stuff. I want Japan to be a good country. Because I've invested a lot of my attention, time, and effort into learning from Japan, the things that we should learn from them. And I want Japan to be a good holiday destination for me that is free of low-quality people. And I still want it to be 99.9% Japanese.
This political shift has further
Here's, when I go to Japan, I don't want people to even to attempt to speak English to me.
solidified the influence of Japanese conservative faction, which now emphasizes nationalism, economic security, and stricter management of foreign nationals.
Based.
Takaichi, as a former minister of economic security and a successor of the Shinzo Abe faction, has consistently advocated for strengthening national security, including stringent scrutiny of visas, residency, and naturalization
Wait, is this a Chinese video? I think it is, yes.
applications for foreigners. She openly stated her intention to deport fake refugees, crack down on illegal overstays, and use stricter background checks to maintain Japan's social order and economic interests.
Hell yes. I didn't know that I voted for this, but god damn, I'm here for it. Imagine bitching about nationalism while being Chinese. I mean, that's a big problem that the Chinese are having. Like, the problem with the Chinese in Japan specifically is that they're fucking uppity bitches. I'm sorry, you spend inordinate amounts of money to go from your commie shithole to a proper country, even as tourists, and you act in the most obnoxious, disruptive, fucking insufferable way imaginable. You shake the fucking sakura trees while they're in full bloom. You harass the animals. You are loud, obnoxious, and filthy with your habits. You smoke outside of designated smoking zones. The Chinese litter like you wouldn't fucking imagine. Like, I saw the exact moment the Chinese tourists started coming to Kyoto. It was a fucking downward spiral. Because before the influx of Chinese tourists in particular, Malaysians to a lesser extent, you did not need prohibitive signage in Japan. Like, you didn't need a sign that says, don't drink from the hand-washing basin. You didn't need signage that said, don't break the branches off of trees. You didn't need signage that instructed people to not litter on temple grounds. You were tempted to start saying that Chinese immigrants to Japan are basketball Asians? I mean, living under communism, they're too malnutrition to even grow tall enough to be good at basketball.
A Taiwanese entrepreneur with 10 years of experience in Japan remarked, I believe this overhaul of business management visa is not merely a policy adjustment. It is also due to a shift in the political climate.
I'll cry about it.
He added, there has been a lot of online discussion about the visa revisions, but several key points have been overlooked.
It's interesting, I've never gotten like this anal pat down at the border when entering the country. And I've crossed into Japan with weapons. Like, well, it's most likely because I speak the language. Like, Ohayo gozaimasu. Buki o motte orimasu. Hai, hai. Keiko yo desu. They just wave me through. Yeah, come in.
This amendment went from announcement to implementation in just 6 days with no grace period. The scope of the changes even applies retroactively, which completely exceeds Japan's long-standing legislative and policy practices. We should not overlook the intensity and political significance behind such measures. This time, not only is a policy being implemented quickly and with strict conditions, but it also applies retroactively to existing applicants.
Good.
This shows that
there should not be a grandfathering clause here. I'm sorry, the purpose of the exercise is to get the immigration system back in order, doing what it's intended to do. Get fucked.
That more than just revising the laws, the Japanese government is demonstrating to conservative domestic voters that it has the determination to protect the nation and its people. On the other hand, for law-abiding foreign entrepreneurs, they have effectively become the political cost of implementing these new regulations.
No, you shut the fuck up with that. No. If you are abusing a visa scheme, to commit immigration fraud, you are not a law-abiding immigrant. By definition, you broke the law. You are violating immigration law. You shut the fuck up with that. It's the same kind of fucking commie doublespeak. Oh, well, the vast majority of, what was it, illegal immigrants commit crime at a significantly lower rate than natives. The fuck they do. Being in the country illegally is already a crime. They have a 100% offense rate because of that. You know that accent? This bitch is Australian. She's a fucking Chinese expat to Australia, bitching about Japan on behalf of the CCP. I think it's an AI-generated voice.
He further noted the highly skilled talent to permanent residency provision was directly cancelled, with the new rules
Maybe not AI-generated. It sounds like a Chinese accent.
applying within a week of the announcement without any grace period. Moreover, the retroactive
Now that you say that, it does have a touch of Aussie to it, now that you've pointed it out.
applications of these rules completely overturns the previous exclusive conditions for the visa, surprising everyone. The highly skilled
I don't think this is on behalf of the CCP, because the CCP would never actually go mask off and say like, oh, life in China is so bad that the Chinese are fleeing to Japan, our mortal enemy who almost massacred us down to the bone during the rape of Nankin. I don't think this is a CCP sanctioned message. Something makes me press X to doubt.
talent visa was originally designed as a flagship visa to attract foreign talent. Now, with almost no prior warning, it has been changed and even applied retroactively.
What do you mean with no prior warning? Here's your warning. It's now changed. Good luck.
It feels as though no matter how hard you try or how well you follow the rules, the new regulations could still invalidate your efforts.
Well, that's because the old rules were not good enough, and there are now new rules. You can follow those, or get the fuck out. Good, now fuck off. Yeah, exactly.
He also
Big sad. Tell that to someone who cares. This is you hear that? That's the world's smallest violin playing a very sad song, or whatever the fuck string percussion instrument the Chinese have.
pointed out that many believes the revision of the business management visa is intended to eliminate unsuitable applicants and improve loopholes in the system. But the situation may not be so simple. The proportion
Sounds pretty simple. You can fuck right off.
of highly skilled management talent in the business management visa category is very low. And in terms of education, experience, initial investment, and annual income, these individuals are far superior to regular business owners. These individuals are now the primary target. Therefore, this revision shows that Japan still allows people to come for short-term stays, pay taxes, and work, but the threshold for staying long-term has become significantly higher.
Okay, so what you're saying is they only want to allow high-quality immigrants to naturalize in their society. Gee golly, I wonder why.
As early as 2019, Japan's Asahi Shimbun reported on an investigation into the business management visa
Asahi Shinbun is a fucking shitlib mouthpiece.
issue, revealing that 20% of companies holding this visa were actually shell companies with no employees or profits.
And even they are reporting on it, though.
These companies existed solely to extend the visa, with no contribution to the Japanese economy. In 2022, an internal report
It's been a while since I've listened to the Asahi podcast. I need to check in how they're doing. The thing is that the Asahi newspaper podcast is interesting because they still do a pretty okay job of actually reporting on the news. Like they try, they haven't gone full CNN. But the columnists, you can tell that some of the columnists are like raging Osaka libs. Like you can feel the globo homo fucking oozing out of them.
from Japan's immigration office highlighted that many high-end applicants for the business management visa from China were involved in diploma fraud and bribing administrative scriveners. Furthermore, after obtaining permanent residency, 30% of these individuals became unemployed and began claiming unemployment benefits.
That should like immediately lead to deportation. Like the moment you do that, oh, So you're no longer doing the important entrepreneurial work that you came here claiming to do? Well, get the fuck out.
This not only failed to contribute to Japan's economy, but it also resulted in a drain on Japan's social welfare system. The Japanese government has long been concerned about these applicants from China, many of whom are not true entrepreneurs but part of a family immigration group. For example, a husband may register a shell company such as a trade intermediary or small restaurant and then transfer the required 5 million yen capital from China. Once this is done, the wife and children can be listed as dependents, allowing the whole family to enjoy Japan's low-cost healthcare and education system.
It allows the Chinese to actually discover that the world outside of communism is significantly better. That out of all of Asia, the one country where a budding communist party leader was stabbed to death on live television is doing better than the rest of Asia for some reason.
Children can attend Japanese schools for free, and the family can take advantage of Japan's medical system. In Japan, people without tax records are often categorized as low-income households and can even receive local subsidies. Moreover, this behavior is not illegal, as all application procedures are within the system's regulations.
This morning, we arrived in Tokyo from Guangzhou. A group of 3 or 4 of us came here. One person had been denied a business management visa in the past and was taken into the customs interrogation room for questioning. So here's a reminder. If you apply for a business management visa or a highly skilled talent visa and were rejected, you will definitely be questioned when entering Japan.
In the 2022 local election in Japan, conservatives began pushing the Ministry of Justice to review the business management visa system, demanding a proposal for revisions by the end of the year. The continued surge in the number of Chinese applicants for the business management visas, reaching 20,000 in 2023, raised alarms in Japan's political circles. The clever tricks employed by Chinese nationals to exploit loopholes have drawn increasing attention from Japanese society. The actions of individuals.
It's almost as if the Japanese society doesn't actually enjoy getting fleeced by their favorite neighbor.
Raised under the CCP propaganda who are willing to do anything for personal gain accelerated the shift in Japan's immigration policy. The group most impacted by these changes are the foreign entrepreneurs who have been diligently running small businesses in Japan.
No, that's not true. If they've been diligently running small businesses, it means that they're going to meet the reporting standards. This is Ueno. I recognize this. This is Ueno. I don't like Tokyo, but Ueno, for some reason, I like a little bit. Well, how should I put this? I prefer Morishita as a region, but I'm kind of okay with Ueno. It's a little like there's nightlife there, but it's not like the hard trashy nightlife that you're going to find in like Shinjuku or Roppongi. Like you're not going to have the fucking Nigerian callers trying to drag you into a bar to roofie. But it's still like lively and cutesy and very Japanese. I have some very cool urban photography of this area. I should pull that up sometimes.
Them have struggled for years only to now face the possibility of being unable to renew their visas. The implementation of the new policy means that all their hard work could be erased by a single government decree.
Oh no, it's almost as if immigrants are actually secondary and expendable.
Analyzing the entire process from the hype surrounding Japan's business management visa to its eventual revisions, Chinese nationals
maybe don't scam a government program on such a scale that it forces the Japanese to implement a new measure rapidly.
Have played an unsavory role. Their unscrupulous pursuit of profit has disrupted societal norms and jeopardized the future of the entire group. The desire for a better life is a universal wish. Traditional Chinese culture emphasizes the cultivation of inner virtues to enhance moral character, while achieving external.
Exactly. The the virtuous man shall abide by the laws of both land and heaven. You have returned from food. What did you get? We're currently enjoying the latest news in the Chinese coping and seething because Japan is removing all of the bat soup.
Norms and mutual love. This is a universal value recognized internationally. It's also the ideal that Chinese people are meant to embody. As have been proven, relying on opportunism and manipulation may yield some temporary benefits.
I like this channel. Yeah, no, Terry, I don't share your derision for this YouTube channel. I think I think the news was reported pretty unbiasedly here. It may be a Taiwanese outfit because they seem to be pretty even-handed in the reporting. Some white rice and instant ramen. That's a lot of carbs, my guy. That might be the hole that you're facing in your diet, actually. If Taiwanese is fine. And again, I don't, just based on the information they provide, I highly, highly doubt this is a CCP run outfit. Just based on the fact that they're even daring to criticize life inside of China. Excuse me, West Taiwan. So the reporting is pretty even-handed. Like, sure, some of the language is loaded, but I guess it's derived from testimonials. I see no problem here. Like, I was given pretty much the facts cut and dry. I'm tired of reacting to slop. My voice is at its end. Normally, I would end the stream here. However, I do want to play a little bit of Heroes. I want to play some Heroes. I want to play my turn-based slop. It's not even really slop. It's like one of the better games ever made. Let's see. Heroes. Heroes of Might and Magic. Old era demo. Okay, so it doesn't even have like a number. Check the full game. Where is there a release date? Planned release 2026. You'll leave a 2-minute in the channel just for fun. Just a second, James has messaged me. You left it in the media share? Elmer Keith's carry pistol. Okay, fine. I guess I'll humor you. The things I do for the honored chatters.
Hey guys, thanks for tuning.
Oh, okay, let's see. Okay. I've escaped one Forgotten Weapons video for the day, but you've managed to chase me down with a second one. All right, let's see.
Tuning in to another quickie video on ForgottenWeapons.com. I'm Ian. I'm out here at the James Julia Auction House in Maine, and I have a once-in-a-lifetime pistol with me. Now, right now, if you don't know who Elmer Keith is, you need to pause the video. You need to go over to Google Elmer Keith, and find out who he is. The quick version is, he's a large part of the reason we even have the 357 Magnum, the 41 Magnum, and most importantly, the 44 Magnum cartridges. Now, what I have the...
All right, now you slow the fuck down. Elmer Keith was an American rancher, firearms enthusiast, and author. Keith was instrumental in the development of the first Magnum revolver cartridge, the 357 Magnum, as well as the later 44 and 41. Okay, that's the quick rundown.
The privilege of shooting today is Elmer Keith's 4-inch model Smith & Wesson Model 29 44 Magnum carry revolver. This is the gun that Mr. Keith carried himself, and we're going to put a few rounds through it. We have, of course, full power, 240 grain jacketed hollow points here. This revolver has just about the nicest trigger I have ever felt in a handgun, which is exactly as it should be for Elmer Keith's pistol. You ready?
Oh, I can feel that in my teeth. I didn't realize that Ian shoots wrong-handed.
That's an amazing handgun. I have to say, this pistol is going up for auction in March of 2015. Whoever buys it, you really need to take it out and shoot it.
There's some guns out there that are too valuable to be shot, but you know what? Not only is this an extraordinarily strong handgun, one of the best Smith & Wesson ever made, this spent its whole life as a working gun, and it really deserves to go on and be shot more and more by all of its future owners.
Ian does shooting wrong-handed most of the time out of principle. I mean, it's a lot of effort to just be wrong, but okay.
I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I hope you take a look at this at the Julia auction site. It's outstanding. Good luck. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, sir. All right. I will use this opportunity to take a piss. And then I'll play Heroes. And then we're going to end stream. To my previous comment regarding the diet, do you usually eat so carb heavy, friendly anarchist? If you don't mind me discussing this on stream, if you would prefer that we take that conversation to the Discord, you let me know. Otherwise, I can nitpick your eating habits while we're here. All right, play Heroes. Hopefully it will capture correctly. So I'm gonna size myself down just a teeny tiny bit. Because if you typically have a carb-heavy diet, that may actually be the reason why you're struggling to hold on to weight that you put on. Sadly, yes. Money Tight, you'd rather not talk about the current living situation. Okay, listen, I'm not going to touch the current living situation. Budgetary considerations are separate from the advice that I'm giving. So I'm going to stick to generalities. Protein is actually pretty good as a budget solution because it is more filling than carbs. Especially if you go for like, well, your cheapest form of protein realistically is going to be eggs. Eggs are probably the optimal protein source. Very, very bioavailable. I'm going to load an existing game because I don't want to suffer through early game. Very bioavailable, good bang for your buck. And they provide a very good sense of satiety just because, well, protein does that. And they'll provide you with a good basis of your fat intake. Wait, listen, there's your steak. Steak is nice to have, not essential. We're not going to touch that right now. Egg is baseline source of protein. Pork or chicken, depending on budgetary availability, are going to be your cheap protein sources. Let me bring the audio down slightly. Settings, audio, master volume. Let's bring that down. Music volume all the way down. Right, where was I? So eggs, then chicken, then pork. These are your protein sources in sort of ascending order of required capital to get them on a consistent basis. In order to put on productive mass, you need two main components. You need your primary mode of exercise, preferably something that involves moving heavy loads. So it has to be some form of picking up a heavy thing and putting it back down. If it's a weight, a kettlebell, or another person, that's entirely immaterial for the purposes of just, you know, establishing a foundation. The point is you need to be physically active, and the physical activity needs to involve resistance. Now, you need to understand your daily caloric expenditure. Being on the taller side, I'm going to guesstimate that your daily metabolic maintenance is probably something to the effect of 2,000, probably like 2,200 calories. You got weights. Okay, what kind of weights do you have? You have kettlebells, dumbbells? I mean, there's probably like a YMCA or a community boxing. Well, okay, not boxing. Boxing is actually off the. We don't. You have dumbbells. That's good enough. We don't touch boxing because we assume that the Oni Dojo members require an IQ above 70. So we don't. We strictly do not do boxing. That's a different hero I wanted to pick. So we strictly do not do boxing for that reason. Just because it is such a gigantic detriment to your intellectual capacity that it's just the exercise benefit or the fighting skill that you derive from it is just not worth it on any metric. Anyone who tells you otherwise is a blithering idiot and doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. So, macros. You're going to have to track macros because whenever your weight isn't doing things that you want it to do, you need to start measuring at least your input, preferably your output. Since we're trying to not spend extra money, we are not going to bother with tracking your output. We're just going to focus on intake. You need to consume 1 gram of protein per your pound of body weight. So if you're 140 now, means that you need to consume 140 grams of protein per day. It's difficult to hit that. Sometimes it's boring as fuck. Meal prep is your friend, but make sure that you're hitting that. In addition to that, you need to be consuming at least 0.6 grams of fats per pound of body weight. That ensures that your body has enough fats for proper hormone secretion. It also plays a role in other processes, like your GI tract needs a certain amount of animal fats. Some of the tissues in your body also rely on like a readily available dietary fats. So 0.6 gram of fat per pound of body weight, 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. The rest you fill with carbs. There are free tracking apps for nutrition. I use Yatsuo. It's not optimal. It just works with the foods I eat. Macro Factor is another one. They're all free. There's a shit ton of free apps that track food. You need to develop a discipline for tracking what you eat. Because then you can monitor your weight and see what your weight and body composition. Like if you're getting fat, you'll need to know that you probably need to up your activity, maybe downregulate your carbs. If you're seeing that you're actually not putting on any good work weight, that may be an indication that you need to up your protein intake. Or your carbs, actually. Sometimes you need to up your carbs. If you notice that, like, your joints are achy, that you're, like, on the verge of getting injured from normal everyday shit, you need to it means that you're severely under eating protein. That's usually a telltale sign. I will usually fall into that particular trap. Like, if I'm cutting weight, I will usually go very hard, balls to the wall on my deficits, and my training is very hard impact because it's like judo, striking, and weightlifting, and my joints will very very early on let me know that I'm doing something wrong. So start tracking. Frozen chicken breast and eggs are your best friends. Backfill instant ramen is actually not a great solution for a carb source because it's actually expensive for what you get. Because realistically, the only thing you're getting is a lot of starchy carbs and a shit ton of high fructose corn syrup solids. If you didn't, especially if you're getting cup noodle, the reason I stopped eating cup noodle just cold turkey out completely is because of the high fructose corn syrup solids that they add to that shit. I don't know why they do that. I blame the corn subsidies that should end like forever. But the point is, instant ramen bad. Just drop that shit entirely. White rice, very solid foundation for a carb source. Reasonably okay glycemic index. I would stick to that. It's also fairly cheap to get, so that's fine. And it's palatable enough. Corn subsidies should be nuked. Yes, exactly. I should not be paying out of my taxes should not be going to deteriorating the net quality of the food that's available to me in stores. Rice, good. Rice is a very good, stable grain. It stores easy, easy to cook, easily palatable. You can season it and make it more palatable without racking up the calories. Simple chicken and eat while watching. So yeah. Just chicken and egg. Eggs are arguably, at least for me personally, like boiled or fried egg is better than chicken. Because chicken gets old real quick. It has next to no flavor, regardless of how you cook it. The texture is fucking chewy and rubbery. Chicken gets old very, very quick, and in order to make it palatable, you need to add sauces. Sauces are hard to track calories, and that's usually how people derail their diets, with condiments. The only permissible condiment is mustard, because mustard doesn't have calories. Well, good mustard doesn't have calories. Egg on toast, egg with rice, egg fried rice. Just, at least for me personally, because of the higher fat content, don't worry about the cholesterol. That's all been debunked. It's actually good cholesterol that you get from the egg. It's actually needed to sustain your testosterone level. So egg and rice are your primary staples. Fit that into your budget. Follow that prescription and figure out what forms of activity that you're going to do. If you're limited to the dumbbells, hit me up in the Church of Iron part of the Discord. We're gonna figure out what kind of routine you can follow with just the dumbbells. And we start from there. It's like balancing your workouts throughout the week is a whole fucking thing. I'm not gonna get into it on stream. Should get a new mustard bucket in that case. Excuse me, a fucking what? A bucket of mustard? We're measuring things in buckets now? So do we need to have an intervention there, Mandalore? I think I get more troop if I actually stay in town for this one. Skip a turn. I'm getting some very gnarly deja vu looking at this. Taking bulk buying to a new level? Hell yeah. Like bucket loads of mustard? Hell yeah, man. But also, eggs I wouldn't buy like bulk, just because they don't really store that well. It's very easy to get very inopportune food poisoning. So I would rather not. Focus on things that don't perish as easily. Did we not just have a full new week, or that's tomorrow? Okay, never mind. That is tomorrow. What are we doing here? Nothing much. Because we don't have alchemical dust is a new resource that I really don't fucking like. Like it is the bane of my existence so far. Sourcing it is hard. It's expensive to buy on the map. I'm really, really not enjoying it. Maybe a demo thing, like it's just keeping me from enjoying the game by introducing it. Sharp mustard hose for a long time. I see. Can I just get everything? Alright, good. Now we can actually build shit. And I want, yes, Tomb of the Warrior, please and thank you. What are my options, though? Let's see. Melee attack, double strike. Okay, double strike is good. Dreadful Presence. Reduces all enemies' morale by 2. Effect does not stack. Death Stare. Kills 1+ enemy units with... Oh, I remember that. Sounds like a cleave attack. Hungering Howl. Whenever a friendly creature dies, this creature gains +3 attack until the end of the battle. Okay. Dreadful Presence. Same. A War Incarnate. Reduces target attack by 1 with each strike. I like this one more. I think this one is more beneficial for the way we run shit. And I probably want to upgrade nothing. Yeah, because I don't have enough shit. Take me to my Mages Guild, please and thank you. How do I access the Mages Guild? 4th order spells, clear fog. I need more necromancy specific stuff. I do like Twilight. I do like that. Already upgraded the spell manually. Fog of War, Carapace. I actually use no defensive spells, and I also don't have the alchemical dust for that anyway. Who here has played any Heroes of Might and Magic? I have. You fucking cunt. Okay, I'm gonna clean your clock real quick. Rejoice. A tiny smidge, tiny. Did you play it after watching a Seth video? Be honest with me. Do not lie. No? Well, you live in Germany. You would have been exposed to Heroes of Might and Magic just organically. I don't believe we have any vampires upgraded yet. A Kennel Master. The dogs we usually get are red. Okay. There is no way they're going to allow Necropolis to stay as powerful as this race already is. Like, that's the difficult balancing act of this game, because like, you always teeter on whether you make Necropolis fun or you make them balanced, because you cannot have both at the same time. Do I not have Dimension Door, I wonder? Somebody is getting their shit pushed in. Wait, just automatic victory? I didn't even... I'm kind of fine with this outcome. I don't really... Nah, we do it... Chat, Oni Dojo, would you like to see a manual battle, or do we just take the W and go? Like, this is nothing in terms of losses, if I'm being completely transparent. What do you say, auto win, or smash him manually? Going once. Oh, by the way, I forgot to give Alexius a shout out. I am a horrible host. Alexios, there he is. He's not even lurking. Goddamn. Go and follow Alexius. He's a prolific Linux user. Don't hold it against him. Alright, that's it. I'll just take the W. Did I get anything to defense? I'm not seeing any brand new artifacts. +2 sight rate. I think I have that already. Let's fight this thing. The most you've played is Heroes of Might and Magic 5. 5 is actually a very good Heroes of Might and Magic. At this point, I've probably played more 5 than 3, just through the sheer fact that... Let's give them an initiative boost. Just by the merit of playing it when I was in college, so I would play it during class. 115 hours, sure, but the goddamn hippie faction mission stomped you. I never played the campaign, I just played skirmish. Never cared for the campaign. Oh, you also would like to get your shit pushed in? Sorry I ignored you. You can go and be useful somewhere, I guess. The only thing I don't like about the demo is the map navigation is completely fucked right now. It does not work well, and for some reason I don't have keybind camera controls, which is annoying. It's actually by... Which ones do I have? I have the green ones. Oh, I can't afford that many. Okay, understood. We're poverty maxing over here. I really liked the Heroes 5 was pretty good. I hear mixed things about Heroes 6. Hero sees extra details of armies within Hero Site Square. Balioroth Tale. I'm gonna buy this, just because I'm interested in whether or not assembling a set does anything. Morbidly curious. Alright, are we completely out? Yeah, we're completely out. Okay, let's see what this clown does. Oh, so you're approaching me. You get back here, you fucking bitch. Can I get him in one turn? I cannot. I can, Dimension Door. Right up your ass. I don't like that outcome. That's kind of fucking a lot. I say we take this manually. I can do better. I can run this shit better. You are a melee unit. You are mostly a melee unit. What's this? Oh, you're a lich. Okay. No terrain whatsoever, eh? Okay. Understood. Let's quickly do this. Oh, nice! I can cast that en masse. No fucking shooters for you, bitch. What are you? Hierophant. Ooh la la. I'm liking this faction. All right, the knights have arrived. Antagonize him directly. Damn, 3 whole vampire lords lost. At least none of them has an always retaliate. Can I? Not yet. I'll just focus on tearing the knights down because they are an unpleasant unit to deal with. I would rather do this. Rewind death. I'm kind of scared of the fucking Hierophant. I don't know why he has 2 stacks of them, but I don't like it. The Inquisitor is also an unpleasant class to deal with. Vulnerability, target takes 50 damage from any source. Target enemy cannot restore HP. Despair, curses the target enemy adjacent. Creature takes 204 pure damage at the beginning of their turn. Effect is stackable. Okay, interesting. Silence prevents spell casting. I would like my archer's initiative to be a little bit up. There you go. I really like the combat in Heroes games that just chef's kiss. So good. So fucking good. Let's actually kill this bozo. Why the fuck do none of your stacks die? What is this fucking ability? Is that like a race trait? What is this fucking Phantom Menace? Why do they keep coming back to life? That's unfair. Only I'm supposed to be able to do that. Restore some of my, there we go. Always with the fucking skeletons. Hey, you're less of a threat now, at least. Yeah. The whites are borderline useless. Or at least I've not found a niche for them yet. You are gonna fucking wait. Oh, great. Oh, that is fantastic. Alright, let's... what's a better use? Just a second, let me see, when do my dogs get a turn? The dogs do not get a turn for quite a while. So let's do this. Revive some skeletons back. What the fuck did you do? Oh, that's like depressingly little. Okay. It's gonna wipe out your entire archery unit. Okay, let's break this out. Target friendly takes minus 20 range damage. Shackle target enemy cannot counter attack for 4 rounds. That's actually pretty good. Impending Fate deals damage to all enemies. Kind of weak. Guillotine deals 70% of target enemy's maximum HP as magic damage. Next guillotine on the same target with 100% damage. Effect is stackable. How much mana do I have? 43 points. Should I waste a turn on doing this, or should I actually apply some debuffs? Prevents from restoring HP. Enlarge Shadow Web, -3 speed. Unnatural Calm, or enemies deal -15%. Cannot be targeted until the end of the round. I'm kind of less concerned. Plus 50% of... Oh, I could curse all of you. I neglected to target the fucking griffin. Preoccupy the griffin real quick so that it doesn't get up to shenanigans. Oh right, I have a hero attack. I keep forgetting that. I have a hero attack that I'm just not using. Why does it get a morale boost? -2, -1, 8-2. I think that's like the best use of a hero strike, actually. I do not enjoy the number of griffins that are there. Yeah, the rights. The spirits are kind of glass. We need a summon. We need a summon. You're gonna wait. You're gonna wait. I guess the sooner we wear him down, the better. Think, 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 think. You're gonna... The Hierophants are also ranged units? This is ridiculous. You fucking cunt. Why are there 7 griffins left? This is ridiculous. Wait, and then he just... Okay, he just decided to nope out of existence. I'm gonna quickly curse the No, I'm gonna prevent them from getting all up in my shit first. Then I'm gonna focus on the Inquisitor here. What does this do? Hits the target and all enemies adjacent to it. Doesn't really do anything for me. Did you just heal off damage, you bitch? God, everyone fucking all up in my shit. There we go. Need to body block a little bit. Why? What is this shit with them restoring with like half of the stack? For a single attack, I guess. Okay. Vulnerability. You are now vulnerable in the area of effect. Okay, you know what? The archer is a waif anyway. Like 4 of these is more damage than 8 archers. Archers seem like a low-level unit. Body block the Hierophant. You're gonna have to take a load phase first. I fucking hate it here. You can't reach anything. Who is up next? All 3 of them are taking turns, okay. You are probably the most problematic here. You son of a bitch. Do these units still count as like being in existence? Okay. Does anyone remember if the proposed outcome was better or worse than this? I feel like I think I got made out a little bit better. Let's see. Basic attack plus 20% damage. Shadow Blades. Friendly creatures deal plus 1 damage if the hero knows Nightshade magic. Friendly creatures ignore 10% of the target's defense when dealing normal damage, including from abilities. I like that. Straw Hat. Can I, see our horde of new artifacts? Quiet Eye of the Dragon, 1 attack, 1 defense. I've seen that one. +1 knowledge. Not really great. Alright, let's quickly go over to... Oh, I don't have enough mana, damn, okay. I'm a little gassed out. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna send you here. I'm gonna buy the rest of my army. Which is not a lot. So dragon drops. And is there anything in the garrison here? Right, archer is good. Phantasms, acceptable. We cannot get these guys. Cannot get these guys. We can get liches. We should probably upgrade our liches. You can't be upgraded yet. You can be. What, not enough money? Oh, not enough money. Okay, next turn. Next turn. I say we're still doing pretty okay. Let's see. Market. Sell some gems. Because I suspect they are going to make an attempt on the castle any minute now. So I need to deprive them of resources at the very least. Alright, sorry bucko, you're getting the raw end of this particular deal. No, they're ignoring the castle, interesting. Okay then. I guess I just get to... Let me see his army stacks. Mildly problematic. If I hadn't had my ass chewed in the previous battle, I would be a little bit more willing to engage in fisticuffs. Let's see what kind of army we can muster here real quick. We're doing pretty good on liches. Doing okay on... doing okay on archers. Healing does not affect undead. How is the Oni Dojo generally feeling about Heroes games? Have you seen the light? Buy some vampires and some liches, I think. They do a lot of heavy lifting in the army. Oh, I have 5 whole points. God damn. Necropolis creatures cost 10% less. That would have been a nice upgrade to have before I bought my damn army. Vampirism of friendly creatures increased by 25%. Terra Mortis. Return to soil. Speed of friendly creatures increased by 1 when they battle of native terror. Terror and dread. Chance of enemy creature to make an additional turn on land of lucky strike reduces by 1%. I think that I am going to take the boost to recruiting numbers. Yes. Luck of your hero cities generate plus 20% more law points. I'd like a little bit more defense. I feel like my boys are getting kicked around a little too much. Like, we're taking unacceptable casualties on some of these. And that's probably all I can really do here. So unless he loiters for, like, the entire week, I really have nothing much to do here. Yeah, we've emptied out all the recruitment here. I guess we can empty out the recruitment here as well. Just to be bitches and deny them an army. Alright, that's probably the best I can do right now. No, do you have a garrisoned army? You have basically nothing. That's not going to make a difference. Oh, he wants the smoke. He's, okay. Okay, I see you. I see your fucking hobo army. It's actually a pretty large fucking army, if I'm being transparent. So in fact, I'm not feeling great about this one. What we're gonna do is we're gonna release these, and we're gonna just hide it here. Put down some law. Mercury. I have a lot of mercury, actually. So yeah, let's focus on law. Let's get our law degree, get our life in order. We're 2 days away from recruitment. So that's not going to help. Everything... There has to be, like, a mechanic for getting alchemical dust that I do not understand. It's like, it should not be the squeeze resource the way it is. Did my game crash? My game crashed. I hate it here. God fucking damn it. No, I don't think there's auto-saving. God damn you. A pox on both your houses. Alright, fuck it. We're gonna raid out. We are gonna raid out. I think it's a good sign that we have overstayed our welcome in the digital realm. What is going on where? You know what? Let me quickly check who's doing what. Who's doing what? And what are we doing for our numbers, actually? Let's make sure that we raid a number appropriate target and don't punch above our weight. Three resilient Oni Dojo members still with us. Thank you for your service. Let's see where we can take these numbers, what we can do with that. And I think we are going to... Let's raid the X count. I don't think we've ever raided into him. So let's do that. He's taken his guns apart, which is something that I am not willing to do on a regular basis. So you get to observe people who are actually not lazy assholes like myself, who actually have set up hand cams. And he seems to have some pretty serviceable... I'm seeing a Mosin, I'm seeing a Karink, a Tokarev. Oh god, his table is full of commie slop. Chat, we must issue correction to this man. This will not stand. We're back on our shit, back on our regular schedule. So until further notice, next stream is on Saturday. I don't anticipate that one to be interrupted. Let me know if you fuck with heroes or if you do not care, in which case I'll just play in my own time. With that, this has been Onii-san, reminding you to put down the fucking fork and eat enough protein. Bye-bye.
If you cloned yourself as a gender bent...
Just traded with 3 viewers.
I don't want to finish that sentence right when we're getting raided.